We didn't start on our own. God started this. He came in person. That's why we look different from any person on earth today. Nobody looks like us. You know why nobody looks like us? It ain't just diet. It's the presence of God himself in the word that we believe, and the light and the power in that word illuminates our very being. We are strange people in your midst. You look at us, but you don't know us. We grew up with you, but you don't know us. We're strange people because we believe that God came in the person of a real live human being who has power over all things. And that human being raised up another human being, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and that man called us out of darkness into this kind of light. Now this wheel has 1,500 planes on it. And each of those planes carries 3 bombs. And the bombs on those planes are the same kind of high explosives that were used to bring up the mountains on the earth. You say mountains brought up by high explosives? Yes. Yes. The Holy Quran says, and we raised mountains on the earth, lest it convulse and carry you away. The same way you put weights on your tire to give balance to your tire so you have a smooth ride down the highway. The earth is oblong, not round, but you're riding a very smooth ride at the speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour, and you don't even feel the jolt unless God makes the earth quake under your feet. Why is your ride so smooth?
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guaranteed you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
Right, y'all. Y'all know how I go. That's Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Shout out to Brother Eric. You can go over to his YouTube page. Here's some funny stories. You can also go to his website and you can order some of his merchandise. I ordered the shirt. I got the yard down shirt. I got the yard down pullover. You know what I'm saying? Support black business where you can. It's hard to do sometimes, right? They don't really understand about customer service sometimes, and they don't understand. But not saying Brother Eric is like that, but I'm just saying sometimes we just don't have the infrastructure to have things seamless as the big people. So we have to have patience with our people when they doing business, right? And when I say patience, I don't mean you let them get you. I mean you have to have patience with them. If they present like they're gonna do good business with you, then you're gonna have to have some patience. Might take them a little longer to cook your order, not like McDonald's, who has a whole crew of people that probably they're not paying what they should be paying them, and they can get away with doing stuff like that. But us, since we're doing everything by hand, a lot of the time, costs us a little more. It takes a little more time for us. So we got to be patient with them, with our people, and then educate them on why it's best for them to have better customer service. All right, that is Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, 16 to life. Brother Rico.
Yes, sir.
Are you in the building, sir?
Yes, sir.
Glad.
I'm on time for you color folks.
All right, man. You on time. Okay. We're going to give you that one, man. It's your birthday week. We're going to give you that.
That's it.
Whatever you want to say, we're going to say, okay. Okay. How you doing out there in the DR, man?
I'm doing well. Trying to stay sober. Trying.
I can hear.
Not very successful, but
I can hear
trying.
that.
Doing my best.
I can hear that, man. You sound like my father, man, when he used to say, stop yelling. We'd be like, ain't nobody yelling. Yeah. All right, Rico. So today, a shout out to Mr. Best. Mr. Best hit me up. 84 hit me up last night.
Mm-hmm.
Said, man, it would be an interesting show for you to do. Something on, why people are doing Christianity so much in America, and they really kind of look down on other religions. So I said, let's explore it, man. Let's talk about it. So 84, if you're out there, man, I got a link for you, man. Just let me know and I'll shoot it to you. Let me do some shout outs first, Rico. Shout out to Risa Neal. Day one, standing strong as always. Risa Neal's in the house.
That's president of the FAFO.
What's that means?
Fuck around and find out.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Shout out to you, Risa. Good to have you in the building, sis. We got another sister in the building, man. You know how, man, this sister's very talented too. Sister OG Patrice.
Yes, she is.
Very
She's
talented.
a singer. Singing lady.
Yeah, man. This lady's very talented, man. If you haven't got a chance to go over to OG Patrice's page and go over and hear her cover some songs, man. Covers a lot of nice songs, man.
Oh yeah, she got some bangers.
Oh yeah.
Some bangers.
Yeah, I'm a car wash fan. Man, she knocked the car wash out of the park. Shout out to OG Patrice. Glad to have you in the building, sis. All right, man. Rico.
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, why do you think Christianity has such a strong hold on the American people?
I mean, it's simple. We were founded as even though we were supposed to, on the Constitution, on paper, we're supposed to be a non-religious country, but we were founded because our leaders and politicians and all the people who, since the founding of the country, they were all Christians. So I think if we had people back in the day and over the years that were more of another faith, we wouldn't be so bad. But I mean, that's pretty much most Western nations. You think about it. It's not just America. It's England is heavily Christian influence. Italy, heavily, Catholic Christian influence. And even other countries where they were either conquered, so you got to realize, Catholicism and Christianity, it was a colonizing religion. It was a religion that's, they were pushing to colonize all over the world. And I can never say this word, politicizing, whatever, preaching the gospels and spreading it because they were consistently looking for converts. And back then, and I mean, hell, some people would even say today, a lot of the religions was driven about making money. The Catholic Church and everything.
Yes.
So to get money, you have to continue to get converts. You have to continue to convert people, or the money resources would run out. Yes. So and they grew their empire.
Yes.
Religion is, Rome all over again, or Greece, when it was Alexander the Great and he was conquering the world, getting more and more converts, where they did it by force. They did it by force and then indoctrination.
Right.
So we're going to conquer your ass and then we're going to indoctrinate your ass because we know we can, and through religions, like, we can conquer you for a while physically, maybe 10 or 20 years, but we can conquer your mind forever.
Right.
And
it's
that's
much
just
easier and cheaper.
Yeah. And less of a loss to us.
Right.
With these sweet words. That's it. Yeah. I mean, we definitely, the only positive I take out of it is knowing more and more people, which I don't even know if it's a positive. It's just like, I don't know how do you describe it? Is that, they are saying more and more people are becoming non-religious. So they're not switching one religion for another. They're separating from the power of religion. And I'm like, religion has nobody to blame but themselves for it. The religious leaders that just out here just doing just so much fucked up shit. I would say most religious leaders, for every one good one, there's 8 or 9 bad ones.
Yeah.
Of almost every faith.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like one
even
good one and 8 or 9 fucking horrible ones.
Even the good ones make mistakes.
Yeah, but they'll make a mistake, but the other ones are just outright charlatans.
Yeah, right.
I mean, just like so in the end, they kill themselves. The greed.
Okay.
It's always the greed.
Now, I'm glad you brought up something, man. I'm glad you brought up pretty much the European conquered nations have had Christianity, have been hand in hand with Christianity, right?
Yep.
And in one form or another, Catholicism or and that was the basis of that Catholicism is the basis of current day Christianity, right? It's the basis of it, right? Okay, so I'm noticing the theme here. Wherever certain Europeans go, Christianity is not too far behind, right?
Of course, they go hand in hand. They went together. I mean, Columbus, he did it for the Queen of Spain, but he did it for Catholicism too. It was hand in hand.
Now the question is, why? Why was Christianity or Catholicism? Why was it? Why were people so heavy to institute that way of life to other people, to new people? Why?
That's the one thing I because I could understand. I could understand the push, to go and conquer another's lands. It's weird to then force them to adopt your religion. Because when you think about other, some of the other big conquerors over time. So you think of like I think like some of the Asian conquerors, like Genghis Khan.
Right.
He went around and he conquered massive amounts of land, but they didn't necessarily feel a need to whatever his religion, if he had any religion. I'm sure he had some kind. They believed in some sort of gods. They didn't never try to make the people that they conquered adopt their religion.
Okay.
That seems to be purely, as far as I could tell, a European concept. Even the Romans did for all the people that they conquered. Remember, the spread of Rome, they wasn't trying to make people adopt their gods. The Romans didn't do it. The Greek, when Alexander the Great went all the way to Persia, he wasn't making them believe in their God. They let you, they would conquer you, but they would not, like I said, they wasn't looking for converts. And maybe they just didn't realize how effective it would be. But them goddamn Europeans,
the Romans were doing it in the beginning. At the end, they gave it up. At the end, they said, "This ain't working."
But I don't think for a long. I didn't. I mean, I know, like from my read of the Romans, it was like even with all the slaves they had, they didn't make them convert to their gods. They just you gonna convert to our might. So they subjugated you through power. Right. Absolutely. But I don't even think they bothered, because even they themselves were not wildly religious. You know what I'm saying? And then they had a bunch of paganist ass types of rituals anyway. So it's kind of even, you know what I'm saying? It's like, how are you going to push it when, like, They
Well,
wasn't
well,
going to temple or you know.
well. See, at that time, they could say, "Hey, the dictator or the head of the government was direct." They were saying that person was a direct descendant of God,
Right, right.
right?
So, but what I'm right. So from my read, it was like it wasn't like they were going around telling them, okay, you got to go to temple, you got to go to mass, you got to go to church.
No,
No, they wasn't doing it.
so what they did have cultural norms that they had to abide by, right?
Right,
But
exactly.
my
Yes,
point is that each leader could come in and say, "Well, this is my term of leadership, and I'm going to follow these rules." And then
yes,
the next one comes in and says, "Well, I'm not following
yes.
those rules. I'm
Right,
following these rules." And so it's
right.
kind of like the Emerald City and the Wiz, right? Whoever
Yeah.
they switch it every year.
But I don't take that as far as I in my my concept. Right, they did do that, but to me, that's not a concept of imposing or a conversion of your belief system. That's just you're under this rule and you will be ruled by and governed by these laws. And then most of them they had multiple gods anyway, and in Rome before they adopted to
Right,
Catholicism. And I'm like, hell, they had 15, 20 gods.
right,
Same
right,
thing with the Greeks.
right.
Hercules, they had 15, 20. So it's just like whatever. They had gods of convenience. We going to war, so it's going to be this one. Oh, I'm about to, make love. It's going to be this goddess.
Right.
That's so, and their structure was just like all over the place. So, from my read and studying history, like they would go and they would conquer people who believed in something else. And they didn't give a shit about what they believed, as long as you bent to their will.
Well,
So when
here's
the Greek got to Persia, they didn't, and I'm pretty sure by then they were studying Islam back then, right?
at some point, where they
Yeah,
were
I don't.
coming across it, because a lot of them were going over to Egypt to study. So,
Right. So,
they
so
were
I
coming
don't
across
think
it.
during those times that they, even though they conquered and at the time was the biggest army in the world, they didn't bother to try to impose, oh, we're going to make the Persians believe in our God, blah, blah, blah. No, we're just like, we're going to make them bend the knee. As long as they bend the knee and we continue to take and rape and pillage their lands for their resources,
Right.
it's like they didn't care. But that European thing is like, nah, we're going to mind fuck you too while we over here.
Well, I'm gonna share with you why. Okay, so we're gonna get into a video that explains that, but just to set it up, there's a reason why Catholicism took off, and the reason why that keep people wanted to keep that kind of Catholicism going. There's a reason why most of these places wanted to keep it going. Now we had when it came into England, there was a guy named Martin Luther.
Yeah.
He started what they
He's
call
one that I think that broke away from the Catholicism
right,
when he
because
had
he started.
the Reformation.
Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
So what happened was he started reading this. He got into the he became a monk,
Yeah.
right? And he got access to, but people didn't have access to the Bible back then because you had to.
Right.
It was all in Latin, and
Mhm.
so most people couldn't read Latin, right? And so he was German dude, and he was,
Yep.
and so he got a hold of the Bible. He said, "Wait a minute,
Because he
what
was
y'all doing don't
initially, I
match."
think he was initially going to school to be a lawyer. His father wanted him to be a
Yes,
lawyer.
exactly.
And
And
then he fell out, and then he, like I said, decided to become a monk.
right,
And like I said, so he was educated. Because a lot of
yes,
people back then could not just read Latin; they couldn't even read.
right. The people couldn't read,
Right.
but even if you could read, let's say the language of the
Right.
people, right? You like he was in Germany, the people could
Yep.
read German, but the Bible wasn't in German. You had to have somebody read it to you and translate it to you, right? And so
Mhm.
nobody would do that. And why wouldn't they do that? Because you have to go to the priest. If
Yeah.
you want to get to heaven, you got to go to the priest. Now, it was a money-making scheme involved in this, and we're gonna see.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch this video and see
Mhm.
how they used to make big money in the Catholic Church. Big
Yeah.
money. All right, let's take a look at it.
Irony that you can buy Luther as an icon, because Luther hated to make much of himself. He did not want to become history, He wanted the world to know his story. That's God's amazing story of salvation. We often hear the story from a historical point of view, but let's see what happened spiritually there. Around 30 AD, Jesus had given his life, and the way was open for every man and woman to come freely to God by confessing their sins. Now, those who confessed their sins were later called Christians and grouped together as one family to encourage each other. As new members would come in, the older would teach the newbies. That's when something terrible happened. The older folks deviated from the Word of God and added unnecessary rules. After them, others stood up who lusted after power, and they understood that they would have total authority over the Christians if they could cut the communication between the people and Jesus Christ. So they had to interfere in two sections: prayer and scripture. So, in regards to prayer, they taught that there's a middle person between God and man. The Bible, however, clearly says, "For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and man, the man Jesus Christ." The second step was to give only the church the authority to interpret the Bible and to actually read it in a language that nobody was speaking at this time, Latin. That's when in 4015 a man stood up with the name of Ian Hus. That's 100 years before Martin Luther. He read the Bible and said, wait a minute, that's different to what the church teaches. So the church said, wait a minute, we're going to burn you at the stake. And that's precisely what they did. But before Ian died, chanting in the flame, he said, today you'll bake a goose, referring to his last name, which meant goose. But there comes a swan, which you won't be able to cook.
All right, Rico.
Mhm.
So far,
Yeah.
Ian Cook, they now see, at least from the 1500s, it's probably way before then, but well, not probably, it's way before then. But in the 1500s, they had a good thing going.
Yep.
This other cat came along and said, "Hey, wait a minute, y'all not." I read this thing. Y'all not doing what y'all supposed to do.
Yep.
And so the Roman Church said, "You got to go." Right?
Mhm.
Pretty much the same thing they did to Galileo. Right? It
Yeah.
said, "What do you mean
Too
the Earth
smart
goes
for your
around?"
own fucking good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you mean the Earth goes around the sun? No, 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 no. Right? Matter of fact, I forgot which pope. I think Pope John Paul. I think he's the one that apologized to Galileo's family uh, for you know putting him because he died in house arrest. But basically condemning the man. Right? He had to say that he had to confess that he was lying, that the earth, that the sun went around the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and all of that. Man, it was a trip. So anyway, my point in this situation is now the Roman, not the, but the Catholic Church they were the only ones who could interpret the Bible.
Yes.
Everybody wanted to go to heaven, right? So if you want to go to heaven, you got to go through the Roman Church. You had to
Yep.
go through the church at the time, right?
And you had to tithe, you had to do all, and like I said, they made a shitload of rules.
We're gonna get into it, Rico. We're gonna
Yeah,
get
they
into
made
it.
a shitload of rules that
They
wasn't
had
even in the Bible.
one in particular they had, man. They was cleaning up on this. I don't know
Oh,
what
they
they
cleaned up on all of them. All of them
yeah,
was
yeah,
designed
one in
around money.
particular. We're gonna get into it right now. We're gonna get into it right now. All right, so this is now we're gonna eventually talk about Martin Luther and Martin Luther
And if you look at a lot of the leaders today,
uh
they're not far from what they were back then with the hustle. They just
hustle.
hustle in a more modern way.
How are they hustling in a more modern way, Rico?
Because I mean, they tell you some of the they speak in the same lingo. You got to go through them, whether it's like you said, your swaggarts. You know, you listen to your swaggarts, your Graham family, and all that. It's the same
The
way. The
dollars and all
same. It's
that.
the same. Yeah, it's the same where they put the. But you must go through me. You
Yeah.
know, you must come into this is the Lord's house.
Yeah.
So they'll call that church the Lord's house. The Lord don't live there. Lord don't live there. That's not the Lord's address. But they tell you that because they need you to come. You need to think that that space is holy ground.
Right.
An old converted liquor store. You need to believe. You need to believe
Rico.
that place is holy ground, and it's not.
TD
Rather than
Jakes
him
is not
saying
in
that
no
it's in
no.
you.
You,
Oh
oh,
no, it's not in you, Clarence. It's in this building. You got to come up in here to become anointed. They speak in the same language, and that's what, and you do think about it. If you even go back then, the church was getting all this money and they were making they were having built these huge, massive churches,
Yes.
all adorned with all the best finery and so on and so forth. And that was feeding, that's where when you always kept talking about ain't nobody gonna follow a busted pastor, because see, that indoctrination and that mindset of having to be black folk. No, white folk were doing that shit before black folk was. So if you say black folk gotta see a clean, good looking pastor, look at these fucking white folk. They've been doing it ever since then. So you see them with the robes of white and the big hat with all the jewels on top. Okay, they was pimping before pimps.
Yeah.
So, and that's an indoctrination. That's a mental indoctrination to people's mind, and they still do today. But continue on.
All right. So I just want to put out there that this man is Martin Luther. This is actually the inspiration for Martin Luther King. Him getting his name from this man, the reformist Martin Luther, and he started the program. Actually, why we sitting here now in America is because half of them people was they just cleaned the jails out, but half of these people want they didn't want the King of England to tell them what was being said out of the Bible. They want to read the Bible on their own. King England said, "We're not having that over here. Y'all got to hit it." You know what I'm saying?
So he started the Christianity because he broke from because prior to that it was all Catholics.
But I'm saying the people wanted to read the Bible.
No. But I'm saying Martin Luther is the true father of Christianity, because then
yeah. Modern day Christianity, right? Where everybody can read the Bible on their own. Yeah, everybody can read the Bible on their own, because we're gonna find out he translated a lot of it, so people could read it. Yep. And so, anyway, let's get back to Martin Luther and how the Bible, how Christianity got strong.
This swan came 100 years later. They tried to cook it, but they couldn't. His name was Martin Luther, and he destroyed the Roman Catholic tyranny. Now, Martin Luther is a normal guy who wants to become a lawyer, but one day he gets into a lightning storm on an open field and he fears getting struck by lightning. So he swears that if God helps him out of it, he will become a monk. No sooner said than done, Martin finds himself a Catholic monk. Now, as a monk, he gets access to the Bible and he reads it. He fears the God that he met in the thunderstorm, and his huge question is, how can I get right with God? So he tries the religious way, working his way up the ladder. He tries to pray long hours, to fast, to confess to the priest, and it does not work. This is actually called sanctification, being a good guy. So basically every religion says, be a good guy and you will be accepted by God. And being accepted by God means justification. But Luther fears God, and Psalm 25:14 says, the secret of the Lord is with them that fear him. That's when God opens his eyes and gives him the understanding of the scripture that the just shall live by faith alone. This means that you cannot work your way up to heaven, but that God in heaven has given his Son to die for us, that whosoever believes, so believes it's not works, whoever believes might not perish, but have everlasting life. So this means that justification comes first, and then comes sanctification. The biblical truth is that first you get grace from God based on confessing your sins to Jesus, and then you get transformed by the Spirit of Jesus to become a good guy.
All right, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you see that first you get justified, right?
Mm-hmm.
God justifies you because you have to do something. You have to do something, right? You have to confess your sins to Jesus,
believe in him,
and then from getting then now you got to do some work as well. Try to be and live how he subscribed
The
or
righteous life.
prescribed you
Right.
to live, right?
Mhm.
And then you can get considered for this place called heaven,
Yep.
right? Okay. Now, that's where a lot of people have issue because some people say all you need to be is all you need to do is confess your sins. You in like Flint, right? They say you on your deathbed, you've been a Muslim, you've been one of these you know uh, uh,
Hellraisers.
gas on your back Muslims, right? You and then at right before you pass away, you say, I confess I was wrong for being a Muslim, or I was wrong for being a JEW or whatever, right? I was wrong. I'm confessing to Jesus. And then boom, just like that, you're on the right side, the tight side, right? Or they about to fry you in the electric chair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Killed so many different people, and then you can say right before they pull that switch, oh, hold on one second. I confess to Jesus that I was wrong for killing all those people, right? And then boop, they beam you up after they pull that switch on you. They beam you up, right?
Okay.
well, as I said, this is the issue, and a lot of times we're in people's belief of what's actually going to happen, what's actually going on, right? Well, we'll get into that later. We'll get into that later, Rico. Rico.
Yeah.
You
Yeah. Yes, sir.
move on. We're gonna move on, man. All right.
Is a revolution. Luther understands that the only way to get to your Heavenly Father is through confessing your sins to Christ alone and trust in His redemptive work. In the meanwhile, the Catholic leadership is far from fearing the living God, but instead is using their religious and self-constructed system to enrich themselves. They explain to the common people that they can pay money to get right with God. In return,
Did you
Pimping
hear that,
ain't easy.
Rico?
Yeah.
You was right, man. They've been pimping for a long time, huh?
Mhm. And to continue
Okay.
to cash flow, you have to continue to convert more people.
They had a system called purgatory. Do you know what purgatory is, Rico?
Yeah, that's hell.
Well,
With the
that's like a
space in
little,
between earth and hell or whatever.
yeah, it was like a little waiting room or
Yeah.
sidebar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you pay, you can get out of purgatory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you pass away, your family can pay the rest of the money and get you out,
See?
right?
Yep. Oh, they have a
you
system. It's
you owe
a hustle.
you owe money and you haven't paid the money, and so your family say, well, they go to your family and say, hey, you still owe another $200. If y'all pay it off, granddaddy's gonna go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
That was a cold hustle. That was a cold hustle. You get to pay and you can go to heaven. Holy smokes. All right, Rico, let's go. Let's finish up.
Yes, sir.
they get a paper called indulgence. Martin Luther is very much interested in getting right with God, but is completely stunned because he cannot find anything like it in the Bible. So he brings out a paper with 95 points he wants to discuss, and he nails it on a local church door. And the town was Wittenberg in Germany. But as it was with the master, so it was with his servant. Christ spoke against the money making in the temple, Luther spoke against the money machine of the church. And the religious people responded with one voice: away with him. Because once you touch religious people's money and influence, the party is very quickly over. And so Luther is called before the authority to recant the stuff he wrote and preached. And there he says one sentence that will change Europe and the world. Unless I'm convicted by scripture and plain reason, I do not accept the authority of the popes and councils, for they have contradicted each other. My conscience is captive to the word of God. I cannot and I will not recant anything, for to go against conscience is neither right nor safe. God help me. Amen.
Whoa.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Whoa.
Mic drop.
Whoa. Did this man say that I cannot accept the authority of the popes?
Yep.
Holy smokes.
Any minute.
Holy smokes.
Any minute.
Ay, ay, ay.
But you got to understand, the popes of that day is not the popes of today.
Yeah, they were very super powerful.
Yeah,
Powerful.
and they were almost universally just authoritarians.
Yeah.
I mean, just they were worse than fucking kings.
Well, they basically effectively were. I mean,
Yeah.
you had to go
They
through
were
them.
philanderers.
Yeah.
They messed with them gals
And the boys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. But
So,
that's been going on in Roman society forever. So
so
that wasn't no super big like revelation.
but then what was the 95 questions? I remember seeing and reading an article. What also made him so popular was right around the time he did that was, I think, was right around the time of the invention of the printing press.
Right.
The hand, and that what he wrote, they made copies and start spreading it out around the world, and more people started picking up and reading it. So that's what made it even worse. By the time the church wanted to convict him, the word, his copies of it had gotten out, and people who were educated around was like, oh, wow, so that put a lot of pressure on the church. It's like, well, damn, how do we get to burn him now that the cat's out the bag?
Right.
See, they couldn't get to him before his message got out. And as much as they wanted to shut him up, probably burn him at the stake or whatever the case may be, he became too powerful for them to do.
Well, his ideas. I mean, even
that's
if
what
you
I'm
kill
saying.
him, his idea is still there. So
yes,
I mean, you can't.
The idea got out, and then to do harm to him would have made it worse for them.
Exactly, because now you saying, oh, you know what I mean? You validating him.
Yep.
By
he
doing
cornered that. Y'all, and now y'all going, oh fuck.
What we gonna do?
So
we gotta do something.
They just got to try to PR their way out of it.
And let's see, and it kind of like well, what they always do with people like this is they try to make them sound like they're crazy.
Yeah, and they hoped it would go away, and they hoped that it would be forgotten, but it wouldn't.
Because they figure, hey, most of the people can't read anyway.
They stupid, blah 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 blah. But those teachings spread like wildfire.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why we're here in America.
And because what he said was so true, it took root, and it couldn't be broken. If anybody, they couldn't. As he said, by scripture. You got to show where what he said is wrong, and I'll recant it. Because he don't put me up to the crowd.
You find the Pope in there. You find the Pope in the Bible. Bring it out.
Yeah,
you can find him anywhere in there.
And they couldn't.
No. But like I said, that's what broke, because the popes and the kings were very friendly, right?
Yeah,
Everybody
they were
very friendly. So nobody wanted that structure to be broken apart. So
because the Pope they would justify anytime the king wanted to go to war, they would give the blessing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They, like you said, they were in bed together.
Right. So remember, there was a guy. I forgot which king was it. Is Henry VIII? I think it was Henry VIII. One of the ones that had all them wives, right?
Yeah, that was the 8th.
Okay, Henry VIII, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he said, hey, they tell them, hey, look, you can't divorce these women.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be getting divorces, right? We don't divorce in the Roman Catholic Church. Oh, no? No. Oh, okay.
Yep.
wife 1 disappears, right? Wife 2 disappears. Wife 3 disappears.
I think he broke from the church because of that.
Huh?
I think he broke from the church because of that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he might have, but I know he.
I think he eventually changed his faith and then ended up because what is it? Like in England right now, they're instead of back then they were mostly Germany and England back then they were mostly Catholic, but now they're mostly Lutheran.
Right. I believe
which is either him or Old English Lutheran and King James Bible and so on and so forth.
Right. because they rewrote the Bible over all of that. So anyway, but the point is, like you said, Rico, the word is getting out. Wait a minute, hold
Yeah.
on. What y'all teaching and what the word is actually saying is
Yep.
two different things, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna find out what happens with old brother Martin Luther. Yeah. Okay.
And this is the second big revolution. He puts the Bible above church religion. The equation of the church was church plus pope plus a Latin Bible plus tradition equals truth. And Luther's equation was the Bible equals the truth. So after Luther does not repent, they give him a few days to flee before they declare him an outlaw. That's why good friends kidnap Luther and spread the story that he got killed. In the meanwhile, he has to change identities and translate the New Testament into colloquial German in only 11 weeks. That's amazing because now the door was open for thousands of people to read what God had to tell them, and the way to heaven was open again. And the rest is history. But now, after 500 years, many people are ignorant again when it comes to the text of the Bible. Why? The strategy of the enemy has not changed. He still wants you to rely on religious people instead of reading the Bible yourself. However, the tactic has changed. Instead of withholding information, he gives you free information, but in such quantity that you will not find the truth and finally give up to entertainment. You know, you could read the Bible in 2 clicks, but you won't because of the next soccer game, the next TV series, or an event that you're going to attend.
All right, Rico.
Yeah.
Pretty much it. What happened with Martin Luther?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he pretty much starts the ball rolling on the fact that you know,
You don't need
you-
the church, you just need the Bible.
yes, and
And the
you
church did not like that because they were like I said, money making. No, 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 no. They gotta need us. They gotta need us. And he's like, no, you don't.
right,
Because the Bible tells you you don't.
right,
The Bible tells you all you need is belief in me.
right. And he said, what did he say? Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I'm
Yeah.
also there, right? So that's the church, right? So basically, what they're saying is, hey, man, you can have church anywhere. You can have church
Or you
anywhere,
don't need church at all. Like you said, you just need that belief.
right?
You don't
But
even
I'm talking
necessarily
about,
have to have a gathering, but a gathering makes it better. But it's not necessary because many people have found their salvation alone in
well,
a
some people
prison
can't go,
cell.
Rico. Some people,
Huh?
I've been that dude. Some people can't go to church. You
Right.
in a hospital bed, or you know what I'm
Or a
saying? You
prison
can't,
cell.
a prison cell. You can't
Yeah. I
go,
mean,
right?
many. Right. So it's
You
like
know, you are a prisoner of war, whatever, right? So
it's not a requirement. What's required is your belief and
yes,
your faith. That's what's required.
and there's
So,
always,
but the church don't want you to believe that. No, you got to believe in us.
well, they got a building to pay for, Rico. They got a building. They
They
got
got
that.
to hustle.
They got
Yeah,
that
they got to
wing.
get
They
their
got to pay
hustle.
for, right? That wing.
Yeah.
It's always
And
that.
keep that
It's
juice
always that
coming.
wing that needs to be paid off, right?
Yeah.
But shout out to the church. All right, so that's Martin Luther, and he starts the ball rolling. Now, my question is, okay, so he starts the ball rolling in America, particularly in America. You brought up Australia, you brought up England, you brought up
Mm-hmm.
even Germany, even Italy. Let's throw Spain in there, right?
Yeah.
All of these places that were pretty much founded on Roman Catholicism have,
Mm-hmm.
and it seems like pretty much followed a certain group of people, right? A
Correct.
certain group of people came over here and followed them over here, right? They got
Mm-hmm.
half the people that were reformists and Lutheran, and half the people they just went to the jails and said, if you settle land over there, we'll give you cattle, we'll give you slaves, we'll give you land, we're gonna give you everything if you're willing to go over there and settle that land. Hey, you sitting in a jail cell for 40 years, 50 years, whatever, and they tell you, hey, all you gotta do is go out there. Well, what are you gonna do?
I'm going. It's a good deal.
Oh, right. That's a great
Good
deal,
deal.
right? Shout out to Brother Anderson the Great. Yeah, we back again, sir. Yeah, man. So that's a great deal, man. So we going, right?
Absolutely.
So they cleaned out the jails and they got rid of the reformists, right? Because at that time, the King of England was the head of the church.
Mm-hmm.
They said, hey, he's the head of the church, right? And then when the printing press came later on, when the people could actually read the Bible, then of course that what do you call it, ideology was kind of challenged more, right?
Yep.
But those people that felt like, hey, like you were explaining, hey, we can just read the Bible. We don't have to have an intermediary person in the middle of this where I got to go to this person to confess my sin, and that person confesses them to Jesus for me. No, I can confess my sins to Jesus on my own by myself, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that was the template for coming over here, right? Okay, so now they come over to America and is established. Now, based on that understanding, that is what was being taught, right? Was this I could say Lutheran, but there was another word I wanted to say, Puritan type of teaching, right? Shout out to the Harris Tribe Media Group. If you haven't already subscribed to Harris Tribe, going over
Okay.
there and subscribe to them. So that's what they did, right? So because we had Jamestown, Virginia, right, with the Puritans, and so now they're Puritans. However, when it came to somebody like yourself and myself, what they didn't say it that way, right?
Yeah.
They didn't say it that way. Now, one of the questions that becomes is if Christianity was so good, why did the people believing in it allow for the brutality of chattel slavery to exist? Why is that?
Yeah, that's a tough one too, because there's so many stories of slavery in the Bible. So even if you would have thought they would have been against any form of slavery. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like why would you want to enslave another people if you tell the story, if the Bible is full of stories of people that have been, the Jews were enslaved by the Egyptians and so on and so forth. I mean, it is a
Hebrews.
puzzling concept.
Hebrews.
I
Not
mean,
the
Hebrews, I'm
Jews.
sorry.
Yes.
So my thing is it's such a puzzling concept, except for maybe the power of racism was just even greater. Because ultimately, let's think about, because without a fact, we do know that chattel slavery was built on the concept of race.
Right.
So even when they had indentured servants and all these other, so-called quasi light slavery or slavery light concepts, the brutality that existed among chattel slavery never existed in any of these other forms.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So even when the brutality was never the same. So racism somehow or another came into play, and they could dehumanize us to the point where maybe they didn't even think it was slavery, that maybe they just thought we really were fucking cattle.
Well, I think this is the place where first the racism was added into it. Where there's always been slavery.
Right, right. But and that's what I'm sitting there saying is the racism in America specifically.
Right. Okay,
Well,
racism
actually
in
in South America as well too, when they started importing slaves from Africa. So I'll even say in Africa, and then because then that brutality, it existed to slaves that was imported into Brazil. The same brutality existed into the slaves in Haiti and the DR. So
let me ask you this, Rico. Okay. Now
I think when they got to Africa, that racism kicked in so bad they forgot their fucking God. Because then at that point, it's like they looked at the beings on that land and just said, these are not even human. While slaves of other nations while they knew they were slaves, I guess they still could see them as human beings. For whatever reason, our ancestors, it was just too easy for them not to see us even as humans. And I can only say, that racism kicked in and just the racism can overrule the Christianity. Maybe the racism can't overrule
what I'm trying to
other
get to, Rico.
religions.
I'm trying to get there.
Oh, okay.
So what happens is when you have a situation where the Egyptians were enslaving the Hebrews, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the first time slavery
Right.
was way before that book was ever written, right? So
Yeah.
and it's like most of the time it was race didn't really have anything to do with it. Nationality had something to do with it, right? You could be two white people, right?
Right.
Germans and the Italians, right?
Yeah, it could be language, religion, pretty much everything but race.
Right, because they could be the same race.
But the thing is, the level of brutality didn't exist until race came into play.
I can't say that, man. What I can say is this: that when you have like the Hebrews and the Egyptians, right? They hated the Egyptians. They hated them, right? They hated them. And so when you have that many people enslaved and they running around and they hate you, you got to have at a certain point you got to start playing mind games with them. You got to indoctrinate them early that, hey, you being a slave is a good thing for you. It's a good thing for you that you're our slaves, right? And so, yes, you may be born into slavery. Your children may be born into slavery, but that's a good thing for you, right? That's how you control a mass population. But that's I think what the racism came in over here, and they said not only are we going to brutalize you, but we're gonna make you see it this way, that hey, we saved you from whatever you was practicing over there. You was gonna die. You had a bone in your nose, and you guys was eating each other, right?
Yeah, but they were also, like you said, they were at that
shout
point,
out to Sister Annie.
At that point in time, through they codified, they wrote into the language, the laws, everything, that we were not human. That God up above ordained the white man to have the right to enslave the black man. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they became a little bit more nefarious, and it wasn't just America, because again, I'd say it also existed in Haiti, that level of, but it was all racist based slavery. Because in Haiti, they was not making slaves out of non-black people, with just black people. Same thing in the DR, same thing in Brazil, same thing in Colombia, all of those nations, but these were all descendants of people who came from the same place. See, they could have went to China and started rounding up Chinese people and making slaves out of them. They didn't. They
didn't do it like that, Rico. What they did is they told them they're gonna make a ton of money when they come over here and work on the railroad.
I know, but I'm saying they wasn't capturing them. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Lying to you is one thing. They didn't do it with the Native Americans. I'm just saying there are many of other people and classes of people that they could have done it. They could have done it to the Irish. They could have done it to, other smaller nations. They could have done it to the Middle Eastern people, but they didn't. But for some reason, on the continent of Africa, they looked at those people and they didn't see humans. And the funny thing about it is because even though, like you said, other religions, Muslims have captured tribes and made slaves out of them. Same thing with the Asian, the different countries there. But nobody ever did it like I said, with Christianity. For whatever reason, it was like, we can make these motherfuckers. We don't even have to see them as human.
Well, it was a commercial.
They are beasts of burden,
right?
As opposed to workers that we conquered. They didn't conquer slaves.
It wasn't as commercialized as Here they were able to really commercialize it. I mean, on a large scale.
But this is what I'm saying is I don't even look at it like they looked at because even when they went to Africa in the beginning, here's the funny thing about it. If you look at it back then, at one point in time, Africa's most valuable resource was slavery. It was the people. You know what I'm saying? At a point in time, at the height of slavery around the world, what was Africa's most valuable resource? People. Not the gold, not the diamonds, or, you know, at that time, I don't even think they was finding it in abundance. They're raping the shit out of it now. Right. But at that point in time, I don't think the exploitation of minerals was as big as it is now. Obviously, people are exploiting minerals from all different countries, and they're raping the hell out of Africa. I don't even think they wanted Africa for the land because it was kind of difficult for them to, you know, aerate, farm. You know, they wanted a foothold in there. But now the people was the thing that was like, that was the goal. Oh, we can get these niggas over here and we can make them work and have babies. And it's a limitless resource because we're just going to make them keep reproducing and we're going to get a new one. So I get that you know, that gal and that boy and get them together and they're going to make me a bunch of little baby bucks that I'm going to raise and I'm going to work their ass some more. And they're going to make a bunch of little baby bucks and I'm going to work their ass and make some more. You know, so that's what I think they saw. But in seeing that, it's sort of like people just like a dog breeder, you know, or breeding anything else. Oh, I got a bull and I got 10 cows. I'm going to get that bull to stud all these cows, make me a bunch of calves, and we're going to do it over and over and over. So it was through that. And it was unfortunately, it was only through Catholicism and Christianity, those two religions, that allow them to see us as beasts of burden and not even as human beings. Because when I read my history and I'm like, oh, okay, well, even though the Muslims, when they conquered and made slaves out of other people, they still didn't see them at that low of a level. They were like, you're a conquered people. And they usually want to take your land too. So they would attack a country and like, nah, we ain't leaving. We gonna name this fucking land Muslim 2 or Islam 2. You know, they wanted to take, you stay there. Now you under us, and we're going to take your fucking lands. And then it's more and more and more. And I didn't see a lot of that. They took people out of Africa. It would have made more sense if they made them slaves and left them in Africa.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But they didn't. They didn't.
Well, see, Rico, the thing is, like I said, it got really commercialized when, you know, when America, when the Europeans got involved. They really commercialized everything.
Right.
They really
prior to that, if you were an African and you were captured by another tribe in Africa, oftentimes you stayed in Africa. You was a slave still on your same lands.
Well, I would say it like this. You would still stay in Africa, but once they start setting up trading posts out there and they start giving them, you know, trading them like weapons for people and stuff like that. Then they started trading for their captives.
Because a tribe in Africa would sit there. Okay, we're gonna go to this tribe next door. I'm gonna fight Clarence. I'm gonna take over his tribe. And what I'm doing is I'm expanding my army and my lands. Right. I don't want to just whoop you, Clarence. I want to take your lands too. And typically those slaves I would have to leave there to work the land. They used to work for you, Clarence. Now they know they work for me.
Right.
I can't bring them over here and nobody's there to tend the fields, the soil, and to protect the new land that I just acquired by beating you up. I need you there. But, you know.
Well, Rico, do you know what an Arabian racehorse is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's the best horse for running it. They got a race of like 100-mile race. And you got like, I don't know, 4 or 5 days to run it. And they have no other horse that can endure that except for this Arabian racehorse. This horse is the only horse that can do it, right? And so what they tried to do is they couldn't find nobody that can do what we could do, work that field day and sun up, can't see morning, can't see night, and get back out there and do it the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day, right? You're out there in the field with them snakes and the mosquitoes and whatever else is out there, right?
Yeah.
Trying to pick that cotton and the tobacco or whatever else is out there, right? So they finally found somebody who can actually do that, who can survive that situation. And so based on our I wouldn't say this, it's a little bit of greed, but just not knowing the bigger situation. Because there was a African leader that saw what was going on in about the 13 or 1400s. He saw what was going on where they was getting all these slaves, and he said he tried to get together with these African other African leaders, and he said, "Hey, what we doing? This is gonna come back to bite us. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna come back to bite us that you inviting these people in, and we giving our you know, even though we enemies, we letting this person take our enemies away. That's gonna be a bad situation for us." And but sure enough, he was 100% right, because they tearing Africa apart right now. They tearing it apart, and then we got our people all over the place, and we don't even appreciate each other, right? You from the Caribbean, I'm from South America, and we are mad at each other, and we calling each other all kind of names, and then the man from Africa come and call us akatas, you know what I'm saying? So we are just in a bad shape altogether with the mindset, right? But that comes from the chattel slavery that we had to go through, right? The chattel slavery that, like you said on this, I agree that no one has ever had chattel slavery to this degree that we had it here. Now, the question is, how does Christianity play in that? Where does Christianity land in the chattel slavery debate, right? I thought when Martin Luther started his Reformation, that was going to end, or yeah, in the chattel slavery situation, right? Where a chattel slavery is a situation, it's not like regular slavery where uh, um, you just take your enemy and as a captive and make him work, and make him work himself until he showed that he is not going to cause an uprising. Then he can become a citizen of the people that captured him, right? That's how African slavery worked. European slavery never worked like that. You know, you a
Nope.
slave, you a slave. Your
Mm-hmm.
family's a slave. Everybody's a slave.
Yep.
Your children that you gonna have are going to be slaves. Everybody's a slave,
Yep. Born
right?
into bondage.
Right. You born into bondage. So you're somebody else's property. You somebody else's property. That's chattel slavery. You're someone's property, right? It's like they branded cows, they branded their niggas, right? They branded everything, right? So that being said, I thought Martin Luther was here to disrupt that. Yet in America, we had chattel slavery. How can this be? How is this possible? How do we rectify this, or how do we resolve this? Right? On an intellectual level, how do we resolve this? Or what is the purpose of reforming, saying, okay, this doesn't say this in the Bible, so why are we doing this? And then you come over here and you enslave Africans. How does that work? When
It
you
doesn't.
have, you know
It
what I mean?
doesn't work.
But they had to make it work some kind of way, Rico. So
They didn't make
how
it
did
work.
they make it work?
They didn't make it work. They
They
just
did.
did
They
it.
did it for what, 300 years, 400
Yeah,
years?
they did it, but they didn't do it in the name of Christianity. They said they did, but they didn't.
Okay.
They didn't do it in the book. Like, they did not do it in the name of the truth,
I agree with that.
as the good brother Martin said.
Okay.
They did not do. They did slavery. They did it in the name of Christianity. But remember, that's why the good brother Martin broke from the Catholic Church in the first place, because the shit they was doing in the name of the church wasn't the truth.
Right.
Which was the very basis of the Reformation and the finding of Lutheran, was because he's like, y'all ain't doing the shit right.
Right.
You're not doing the truth. You're doing what you want, and you're saying it's in the name of God, and it's not. And that's the same thing they did with slavery and everything else. They justified it with the Bible and Christianity, but they were telling a lie. They were telling a lie.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Okay, so Harris Tribe has a question for us, Rico. He said, I'm Muslim in my opinion, is it's more realistic and goals are more likely to be accomplished over the commandments of the Bible. What do you gentlemen think? I agree. What do you think, Rico? Let's go. Let me pull up the commandments real quick.
Okay.
Lord, don't bring us down, because don't shoot us down because Rico's on the platform. Please,
Um.
thank you, Lord. I
Yeah.
had to do
Yeah. Let
that.
me, because I don't even know them all. I know a few of them.
I'm going to pull them up for you right now,
Yeah,
Rico.
I know a few of them
And,
off the top of
and
my
I'm going to
head.
remind you, man.
And yeah, I
Remind you.
mean,
Thou shalt not trick in the DR. How about that one? Got that one, Rico?
no comment. Um,
I think Rico, y'all. I think Rico is a passport bro, undercover passport bro.
undercover. Now
I think
I'm out
so.
here doing research.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a researcher.
That's it. That's it. Rico's out there doing independent research.
Uh,
He
but
goes.
I do know some of the
Okay, give me the ones you know, Rico.
Well, I mean, like, what is it? I think, like, I know, of course, thou should not commit murder. Thou shalt honor thy mother and father. So many of them, I do think a lot of people break almost on a daily basis. I mean, I'm not going to never say that, even though it's a commandment that you're always to honor your mother and father. Can't say I've
Yes.
always done it. I've done it the vast majority of the time, but there are moments when we get, you know, and if the definition of a commandment is something that you must do, that you don't have a choice,
Yes.
and if you're commanded to do it, it's not something you do when you feel like it, it's something you do all the time. So I think most of the commandments, most people break almost on a day-to-day basis. Now, not the most egregious, like murder or anything like that, but things like, even when people say, like, when I think one of the commandments, something like, do not covet thy neighbor's wife. Like I said, I don't know them off the
Yeah.
top of my head, but some of the ones I think I'm like, shit, damn, shit, because who we are as a people, human beings, and we claim to be a Christian nation, but that's just in talk. We don't really, people aren't raising their kids religious. You just think, oh, well, they'll just figure it out on their own when they get older. But by then, it's like, and even the ones that are raising their kids religious, what I've come to find out is, I'm like, they still feel, I'm like, man, you done spent your whole life in the church, going to church, and you're still doing fucked up shit out here like I am.
Right.
Because, and that's with them, I'm like, you just know all the verses. You got that down pat. You just have all that memorized. And doggone well, not to be doing something, but still, I hope one of them, that is it, like one of them, like, thou shalt not lie. Because if that's the case, I'm like, oh
Yeah.
hell, we all fucked.
Yeah. Yep.
Because people do it all the time. So he may have a point there when he said it's about being realistic and whether or not being accomplished, because you ain't found them yet.
I found them, man. I just can't get them. I can't. I'm trying to get the
Okay,
computer
read
slow.
the first one. Read them off.
Okay. First one is hold on, 10 Commandments of the Bible. Because I'm getting so many different versions of it. So let me let's do it right here. 10 Commandments right here. Okay. Let's do these. It don't really say these, but I'm gonna do these. Let me pull these up right now. All right, so give me just a second. Let's see. Let me stop this. Do this, and we're gonna give you the short version. Give y'all the short version of the 10 Commandments. All right. All right. Here we go. Except here we go. Okay. All right. Rico. The first commandment is that you shall have no other gods before me. What do you think about that one?
I mean, I think it's good.
Smack on us,
Um, um, I mean, I think it's excellent, but I think that a lot of people fall short of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think most do.
Yeah.
Number two, you should not make idols. I'm like, we do that all the time.
Right.
all the time. You know,
Right? Got a
that's
show called American Idol, right?
yeah. But I mean, even beyond that, that's if we're out here deifying, I mean, we celebrities.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, so not even just the show. I'm just like, sports and entertainment. We idolize all of those.
Yeah, man.
You
That's what
know,
I'm saying.
we shouldn't have role models. Your role model should be, so most people gonna break that, taking the name of the Lord in vain. You know how that goes. Just remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. We don't do that. We don't.
Some people try, Rico.
Yeah, some people try. A small percentage, but all in all, for the most part, we don't do that. Like I said, to honor your mother and father. I think most people generally do that. And I think that might be more out of tradition, and respect, but not, I don't know if it's like a religious thing. I know it's, I think it's more out of tradition. You just taught to honor your parent, your mother and father teach you to honor them, but then it gets to a certain point in time in life where people just don't anymore. That's why nursing homes are busting at the seams, because people throw their parents away. People throw their parents away. So,
and sooner or later, you're gonna end up there, right?
Yeah.
Sooner or later, you're gonna end up there. You willing to throw your parents away? That may happen to you. That's why I always said no nursing home for nobody.
You shall not murder. As a country, we send people. We send our armies off to war every year to murder people.
Right.
We do.
Yes.
We can try to dress it up, and once again, they're gonna take it and they're gonna justify. We did it in the name of the Lord. It says you shall not murder. Period.
Right.
So we're not even supposed to be at war, but we always are.
Right.
I'm just telling you what it said.
Yeah,
I understand what it means. But we always are. And
yeah.
we fund it, and we throw fucking parades for them going over there doing it.
Well,
we as a nation participate in it.
Rico, murder. See, all of this is up for interpretation, right?
They'll say, like, that's not murder. Well, what is murder if it's not the taking of another's life?
This is what I'm saying. This is all up into it for interpretation. Like I can interpret it one way, you can interpret it another way. It's all up for interpretation.
You can't interpret that but one way.
But what I'm saying is, like, for example, I could say, okay, these are the 10 commandments of just the believers. If this is a believer,
give me your devil's take on number 6. That's it.
Okay, so you shall not murder, right? This is a believer, one of the believers of the faith. You shouldn't murder that brother. That's your brother. You shouldn't murder him. Now, let's say an infidel comes in, right? A non-believer comes in and tries to take over, tries to enslave the whole village, or tries to enslave the whole the land, right? And the only way to stop this person is to take their life.
Then you don't have
what
the
are we
faith.
supposed to do?
Don't have the faith. You still need to follow the 10 commandments.
So should we let them enslave us, our people?
You need to follow the 10 commandments.
But like I said, because this is not a believer. This is not one of the believers.
Doesn't matter. It didn't say anything about believers.
That's why I'm telling you, it's up for interpretation.
So no. That's where people are interpreting things that's not written to justify. So in other words, then that's the same excuse they use for slavery. It's up for interpretation. So they're gonna say I was total Christian because this good book, the way I read it, it was telling me we can enslave them darkies.
They've been doing that, yes,
right.
Of course.
And
but that doesn't mean that this isn't up for interpretation. They just interpreted it wrong, but that doesn't mean it's up for interpretation.
But if you take the text in its literal form, which is the way I believe Brother Martin Luther was reading it in its literal form, directly as what the scripture said, and not what he wanted it to be, which is why he came into conflict with the church, because the church took and bent it to what they wanted it to be.
They didn't even go by it if they didn't want to.
Huh?
They didn't even go by it if they didn't want to. Right.
And they did so to enrich themselves by saying this is what it means rather than this is what it says.
Well, you can't check what we are saying. So if
Yeah,
you
but
can't
even now
check,
today they do the same thing. You'll see, like I said,
but you can check today. Today
right.
you can check.
But I'm saying there's still, even if you check it, just
I
like
mean,
you're
they
sitting
count
here
on
going,
most people not checking it, Rico.
but look, but even just like you're going right here saying, uh, um, but if it's not a believer, if I was to argue with somebody right now about that, they could turn it and tell me the same shit you just said. Oh no, they talking about believers. You have to be a believer, and then if you kill a believer, you can't murder. But if it's a non-believer, later on in the scripture, it's okay.
Yeah.
So they do that even today. And I'm like, God damn it, I just read it said you shall not murder. No. And they just put that twist on it. They put that hot sauce on it. They put the hot sauce on it. So I just know we as a country send out young boys and girls to go out there and to do so in the name of self-defense or whatever of the nation, and so on and so forth. So that's one that, while I don't think the majority of us commit, a lot of us do with the support and the backing of the majority of the citizens. Should not commit adultery. Hell, that's half the population probably. At some point in time has done that. Steal, countless number of people who they just do. They don't lie about it, but they do.
I mean, this country was stolen, right? This land
Yeah,
was
there
stolen,
you go.
right?
There you go. I didn't think
Okay,
about that.
so
Yeah.
and people doing whatever they want to do, but like I said, because it's the interpretation, and so they can interpret. Oh no, you're not putting this land to its highest and best use.
Right.
Therefore, we should take it from you to put it to its highest and best use.
Mm-hmm. But
That's
you still
that's the
stole
only
it.
right thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not stealing; it's acquiring, right?
You're stealing.
We're acquiring this land. We're colonizing. We're colonizing this land, right?
You didn't come and ask for it. You didn't come and share it. You came and you took it.
Well, how can you colonize somewhere there's people already living there?
Right.
I mean, you can't take a. Well, I'm gonna. We discovered this great land. Oh, wait a minute. Is already people living here?
Bearing false witness against your neighbor.
Yeah, now that's a good one. Let's stop right there. What does bearing false witness against your neighbor mean? Lying, basically, right?
Lying on them.
Lying on somebody, right?
Yeah.
But it says your neighbor. Your neighbor. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about where interpretation can come in.
And neighbor doesn't, I don't believe it's in the interpretation of your next door neighbor. I believe it's an interpretation of your fellow man, period. But
well, I would say be your neighbor, the person that is closest to you in faith and proximity, right? This is probably be your neighbor, right? Or because, like you said, may not be the person that lives closest to you, but he still lives in his encampment. He still lives in a village. He still is a believer. We all believe the same faith. I mean, typically, right? So your neighbor. So that's what I'm saying. Is that can we go into interpretation based on this? So I think most people don't do this. They don't even look at this, right? They go straight to, hey, I'm just gonna do what I want to do, and then I'm gonna ask Jesus for forgiveness. That's it. Right? I'm gonna live my life, right?
And then the reality is, I believe, at the time that the scriptures, the commandments were being inscribed, the belief or the thought system is that, as Moses comes down off the mountain with the commandments, that as he spread the message, more and more people, everybody's going to convert. So when you say not bear false witness against your neighbor, you're talking about your fellow converts. That everybody's going to convert to the teachings of Jesus and God, because that's the thing to do. Why would you not? Now that you've been shown the way. But as we know, even people back in that time, they all didn't convert. A lot of them stayed heathens.
Well, the ones that stayed heathens, they got they had some real problems, right? They had some real bad problems.
But some did, yeah.
But so most of the people just was like, hey, I don't want that to happen to me. Like Eddie Murphy said, that first dude getting off the boat was like, I'm not building no hay, and they hit you with that whip. They hit him with that whip. Everybody's like, okay, no problem. I got the. You ain't got to worry about that whip with me. I'll get this hay, no problem, right? So it just depends on how everybody else is looking at the situation and interpreting everything. Now the last one is, oh, hold on one second. I got one from Brother Anderson to say, hey, Brother C, does your religion have something similar to 10 Commandments? Yes, I'm also Islamic, and we have, like Harris Tribe Media said, we got 5 pillars of Islam, the pillars that we have to, charity being one, shahada, bearing witness to Allah. We have pillars of our faith that we are supposed to abide by at all times. Yes. um but they basically, the 10 commandments basically is what anybody should be doing if they can. I mean, this is how a righteous life should be. You shouldn't be killing people, you shouldn't be committing adultery, you shouldn't be doing these things anyway, whether you're a Christian or not. These things are not something that you should be doing anyway, most of them, right? All right, let's go to number 10. Number 10 is thou shalt not covet. Now,
Yeah,
what
that's
is
a
that?
tough one.
Yeah, man, right? Because everybody's coveting everything, right?
Yep, and that's what I get ready to say. I mean, that's when I think almost everybody fail. I mean, because as a society, I mean, we kind of messed up as a society. We push and promote
Well,
some
that's the
terrible
thing.
stuff.
So we're encouraged to covet something else that
Everything under the
somebody else has
sun.
got, right? We're
Yep.
encouraged to do it. We're encouraged to covet stuff and stuff. I was watching there used to be a cartoon called Pepe Le Pew. Are you familiar with this cartoon? Rico,
I love Pepe.
you love Pepe? Okay.
Yeah.
When I was coming up, Pepe Le Pew was funny. He was pretty much uh sex harassing these women, right?
Yep.
he was harassing these women, right?
Yeah.
And but at the time we thought it was funny. In today's marketplace, Pepe Le Pew is a stalker, right? So it just depends on the interpretation of
Pepe Le
how.
Pew was a sexual harasser.
Man, he was just no
Mhm.
joke, man. He was a stalker, sexual harasser. He would be in the county jail right now, right? I mean, you can't just grab a woman and kiss on him and stuff like that, right? He would be in the county jail. Sister Annie says, neighbors could refer to someone you come in contact with. I understand, Brother C, because the neighbor could be interpreted differently. Yeah, see, all this stuff could be interpreted differently. And the actually the 10 commandments I was looking for are not worded this way, but that's okay. We can still go off of this, right? But you should not covet, right? What is it to covet? Let's look up the word covet.
That's the want and desire.
Yearn to possess or have something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I see Rico. Rico got a nice little car, right? I see, yeah, Harris trying that they would lock up Pepe. They would lock him up, man, in a heartbeat, right? All right. But at the time we was kids, we thought it was funny, right? But that's the kind of thing where they subtly taught us that that's being a man going after women like that, with no thought of how she would feel about it, just going after a woman like that. And then we got socialized into going after women like that. Unfortunately, and some guys take it too far. Some guys take it too far. But anyway, let me deal with the covet. So I see Rico. Rico's got this brand new watch I want. He got the Apple Watch. I want that Apple Watch. So I want it. And now that's all I'm thinking about is how I can get it off of Rico. How can I get it off of Rico, man? What kind of scam can I run on Rico so I can get this? That's coveting, right? I'm coveting this watch. Not that I'm admiring it and saying, wow, that's a nice watch. I think I'm going to get me one. That's not coveting. Coveting is I see his watch. I'm looking at his watch. I want his watch. I don't want a watch. I want his. So how do so I figure out a scheme and a plan. So knowing Rico, what I do is I find this nice, young sister, and I send her to him, and I say, "Hey, if you can get that watch off of him, we'll split. I'll sell it and we'll split it." So she goes over there, and I get it off of him. I get it off of him because I know Rico ain't got no sense. He over in the DR. He ain't got no sense, right? But I get to watch. So that's coveting. We ain't supposed to do that either. So most of the stuff, man, just makes sense not to do it anyway, right? Shout out to New Growth, man. Shout out to New Growth. Most of the stuff is okay. So now, but let me say it like this. It was the whole point of Christianity was for that the people were at that time, the white people was able to live a better life in America. Would you agree with that, Rico?
Absolutely.
Okay, so they were supposed to live a better life, right? With no
They were
thought to
supposed to
us in
become better
particular.
people.
Well, there was no thought to us as a people about whether we would live a better life or not. Totally for them to live a better life, right?
Yeah,
So,
and they were supposed, it was supposed to make them become better people, because they were
right,
supposedly, once, like I said, Brother Martin Luther, transcribed the Bible, put it in colloquial languages that the everyday man could read and understand, he would then be better, be
right,
more Christian like. But while they did get an understanding, it didn't necessarily change their behavior.
right,
It was hoped that it would, but it didn't. And in some cases, it made their behavior even worse, because then
right.
they started feeling. Because what happened is they, knowledge and information is power. So if you give somebody, and remember, that was the power that the leaders of the church had at the time, because they kept that knowledge and power. So I think when it came to things like going to Asia and going to Africa and even going like to South America and places like that, they feel like, and in Europeans, as you said, when they started exporting themselves out and going different places, they realized, oh, these heathens, these devils, they have no idea of Christianity. So
Yeah,
now that I know the
so,
truth,
so what's the
I
first thing they
got
do, Rico?
power that they've been over here too stupid to know.
Well,
God never showed them.
what's the first thing they do when they go to a place like that? They set up a mission, right?
Yeah.
They have missions all over the country, all over the world. That
Yeah.
they just went. The Roman government set up missions. Well, not Rome, the Catholic Church. Rather, let me say that the Catholic Church set up these missions all over, where they would, like you said, they would take the people who, a lot of them, most of the time, they couldn't read at all, let alone read Latin. They couldn't read at all, right? And they bring them in, and Lord knows whatever happens to them when they get in that mission, right? But they quote unquote teach them how to be a Christian, right? That's why a lot of these conquered nations, they're Christians. They Christianity. You know, in the Philippines and in Mexico and a lot of other places, they have
China,
China,
everywhere.
Christianity is the main religion, right? That's the
Yeah.
that's the main religion, and like I said, because they have so many more they have so much more resources because of how they did business, right? Hey, Rico,
Yes, sir.
your grandfather's in purgatory, purgatory,
Purgatory.
purgatory. Your grandfather's in purgatory. How do you know that? I'm a priest. I'm a pope. I'm a bishop. I'm a father. Whatever, right?
Yep.
And Lil Bird told me he's in purgatory. However, if you slide me $300,
I can get
I
them
can
out.
I can I can work something out with the Lord. I
Okay.
can work it out. You just got to slide me some. You got to slide me some cashola,
Little
right?
cheddar. Bring a little cheese. Little payola, baby.
And
Yeah.
we can get Grandpa. We can get him his wings.
Mm-hmm.
Rico, don't you want Grandpa to have his wings?
Hey, he gonna have to get them from somebody else.
Right?
Because I ain't giving up no
No,
bread.
no, no, no. Not to see the Catholic Church didn't play that way. You on the hook. If you don't pay, then we're gonna put you in purgatory.
Yeah.
Like Brother Malcolm said, they had them coming and
Ain't going.
going, right?
Yep.
Right. So here in America, this is what I really want to get to. Okay, so how there was some people that recognized, okay, maybe we don't like black people, maybe we don't think they're on the same level as us, but they still shouldn't be enslaved, shouldn't be enslaving them, right? Um, that was some parts, and then you had some parts of the country that was like, they ain't nothing. Why are you so worried about a person that doesn't have even the mentality or the intellect to even do for himself, right?
Yeah.
That was quote unquote the line that they was teaching about. So we're gonna look at where uh that type of Christianity had morphed into something that was really ugly, man. Let's see. All right.
That's what we call it, clan cologne.
We're at a KKK rally in the heart of Mississippi, a countryside still haunted by memories of lynchings and church bombings from decades ago. Pastor Wallace Hartsfield remembers those days only too well. He witnessed a black man dragged through the streets.
They shot the man and they hanged him, and then used his body for target practice, so as to teach black folk a lesson.
This is what we're gonna need some help at.
But this is not the distant past. This is just last month in a secluded property in the woods where people have come to join the grand.
All right, Rico.
Yes, sir.
Now this is something very scary. I see you, Sister Annie. I see you over there. All right, so this is something that I wanted you to notice. Maybe I don't know if you've ever seen a cross burning before.
No, I ain't never been to a Bubba Fest.
But want you to realize, do you see the symbol that they are burning?
The cross.
The cross. And now who is that supposedly, or what does that supposedly represent?
I don't know what Bubba Fest in them is, but the cross is where Jesus died on the cross.
Correct.
And as far as Christianity.
Correct. So
that's why the cross is revered, because that's where he died.
Now, you have the different versions of, some people say, hey, you're not supposed to have no symbols or nothing like that, right? But you have a lot of
the commandment says it.
It's okay, so
it's a commandment.
Right.
But we got it anyway.
Right. The Catholics will, if they go and buy a church, they'll do the whole,
Yeah.
Right?
But the mere fact that you have a cross, right? It's not, you're not supposed to have it.
But I'm saying that it's supposed to represent that they are Puritans, and it's supposed to show their relationship to Christianity.
No, because you're supposed to show it through your deeds. Remember, like the good brother Martin said,
right?
You do the justification, then the sanctification by just being a good person. That should show your closeness in your Christianity, not no idols or idolatry that you adorn yourself with. No, I don't have a problem with it, but according to the good brother Martin Luther and according to the commandment, shouldn't be anything.
But here it is.
In all fairness, they're not the only faith who does it, because I know I don't know if Islam has anything, but I know like the Judaism, they have a Star of David.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, they have certain things like that, but it's a no-go. You're not supposed to do nothing like that. They have things like that, but they have like different symbols in Islam. Really just like some words in Arabic that some people will have on their chest or whatever, but
you're really, not supposed to.
You're not supposed to do that.
Okay.
But anyway, but like having them, like them people have a little cross around the chest. Not supposed to, but they do it anyway, right? So anyway, my point is that they're trying to show their relationship to their Christian, quote unquote, Christian values, right? And so this is, in their interpretation of Christianity, this is only right that they're using the symbol of Jesus dying as the symbol for their movement.
Racism.
Correct. All right, so let's watch it. But see, I'm trying to show how this has morphed in America to this point, to where it has gotten to this point. All right.
Dragging Stephen Howard for what they call a cross-lighting.
America is at turmoil, and we're lighting crosses to let people know that America is at turmoil right now.
This Klansman, who asked we not show his face for fear he'd be fired from his job, starts to get ready for the evening's rituals.
But you're wearing the robes of traditional terrorists, of traditional haters.
That's just the outlook that they want to give you. That ain't true. Not everybody was like that.
So you think this is what a good Christian man does?
Yeah, this is our Christianity. I mean, that's just plain and simple.
Howard says he's allowed us to come here to show us the new Klan is neither hate-filled nor violent. Yet what we heard and saw during our time with them suggests otherwise.
Black people and white people are nowhere related. In my opinion, I think black people evolved from animals. And I believe that we need to be separated, whites and blacks.
Hey, Rico.
Cletus alone.
Rico.
That's Cletus.
Rico.
I heard Cletus.
You evolved from animals.
I told you that
You evolved.
I told you that ideology and that thought pattern has been in America and parts of Europe for a long time. For a long time. And I don't even go a little further too to say that. But here's the thing, because I know Asian cultures looked at Africans differently, but I don't think they necessarily looked at us as if they thought we were animals. They looked at us with a strange curiosity when they first started seeing black people. But they looked at white people that same way too. Yeah. So if to Asian people, if you didn't look Asian, you looked very foreign and something not that they didn't want to mess with, even if your ass was white. Now, of course, as time went on, they are a little bit more accepting, but they're still not very trusting of white people either. But they're less trusting of black people. But they're not, they are very untrusting of anybody that's not who and what they are, but they come from very homogenous societies. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be Japan, the Philippines, China, the majority of their land is people who are of the same. They love sameness. But you hear that shit? It came from animals? They've been around a long time.
I wanted to get into that because that is just mathematically incorrect, but just how people can believe stuff even if it's not mathematically correct, right?
People no damn math.
Well, some of them, Rico, they will say I'm smart. I'm the, I'm like this guy. Might be the tax collector in the city or whatever. They might have a nice.
That's the dumbest SOB in Kentucky. Well, you know what they say. At least I'm not a darkie.
Right.
That's all I have to care about. I'm not black.
Which is cool. All right. Now, we're not saying anything.
I could be hungry. I could be in and out of jail. I ain't black.
Right.
That's the most important thing to them.
We are not saying that this man is wrong for how he feels. Only thing we're saying is his understanding is wrong as far as us coming from animals. I think it's funny that he just thinks that and doesn't. There's no way to even mathematically make that make sense. So that's but everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's his opinion, and he's got a right to say as long as it doesn't get violent.
I bet I know who he voted for president. I bet that.
Well, Rico,
I bet that. And then
you know
what the really truly sad part about it is?
What's that?
Is the fact that fucking probably a third of America thinks just like this stupid SOB.
I think that's pretty high, Rico. I think
pretty high. No. I'm saying, but like, I'll say this, not to the degree of saying that they believe all black people come from animals. But I think there's a third of America, we're talking to me, 35% of America, that believes in what he believes in a vein of it. So, you know, like there's a spectrum of racism. There's not no like everybody's going to be the most racist race. There's a spectrum of racism. 35% of America has some latent racist beliefs.
Oh, I say it's way more than that, Rico. Way more.
Okay. Than that. So even though they're not as bad as this person, but anything on a spectrum concerns me because you can be racist light today, and if some sort of minority and you have a triggering event, you can watch that shit go to racist heavy because you have that spectrum of racism within you. So you can start out like, I'm cool with Mexicans today, but get into a road rage incident with one of them, or get fired by in favor of a Mexican. And now the next day, you right out there in the woods with this motherfucker. That's the problem, is that when you're in that vein and you don't pull that shit out the root, you know, in that spectrum, you can end up out there in the woods with him.
Yeah.
Just off of a few unfortunate circumstances that, and I mean, I don't necessarily believe he was that way all his life, but he got you there.
Well, this dude grew up in this, man. Yeah, right. He grew up.
But he wasn't born that way.
No, nobody's born that way, Rico. Exactly. Nobody's born that way. Nobody's born that way.
Being that shit been indoctrinated into him by some other old low class ass, white old fay ass Kentucky, Tennessee cracker that just
Rico, how do you really feel, Rico?
That's how I feel. and they pushed it into him. You know, they injected that poison into him.
Well, unfortunately, that's part of America. But here's the thing. Okay, so the Christianity going into this far, where now it becomes a thing where we can use weaponized Christianity and use it as a weapon against other races of people. Mm-hmm. This is our Christianity. We came up with it. But like you said, it's supposed to make you a better person. That was the intent, but people can use it for what they want to use it for, right? You can use a gun. You can use a gun to protect your house, or you can go out and do a what they call a school shooting, right? Just depends on the intent of the person. Let's finish up with the with Rico's
with the barbecue.
Yeah, let's finish Rico's.
And finish with Bubba Barbecue.
Need to be separated. I don't agree with race mixing. Let them set up their own state where they belong and give them their own homeland.
And if your daughter, when she got older, came home and said, I want to go out with a black boy,
I'd disown her. Wouldn't have nothing else to do with her for the rest of my life.
Because of who she loved.
No, it's not love. If you love somebody of your own race.
Who decreed that?
God decreed that. Jesus decreed that.
I thought Jesus said love each other.
Jesus said love your neighbor. But if you read the Bible.
As yourself.
You know, there's an argument to be made that by our covering the...
I wanted to hear his biblical stance on that. Doggone it. New growth. No, you cannot marry this man's daughter. No. New growth. No, you can't. You know what I'm saying? Only people that can marry his daughter is Rico's. And you know, these are Rico's good friends over here, right?
He gonna lose his goddamn mind when he find out Jesus was black. Oh Lord! Jesus was a darkie. What they do to my sweet Jesus? They turned him into a darkie.
Okay. To be fair, there are some white people, man, that just they don't even trip, right? They just as long as my children are gonna be, as long as my children are gonna be healthy, I'm good, whatever, right? But they're like you say, when you get out there into the Bible Belt, get out there.
He's talking about he gonna disown his daughter. Shit. After his daughter gets some of that black meat, she gonna disown his ass.
Yeah, man.
He's like, fuck that motherfucker ain't my daddy. Like,
everybody says that until it happens, right? Everybody says that until
that sister get a little that brother up in her. Shit.
Everybody says that until it happens.
Like, the hell with you. You I tell you this, bruh, Bubba, she not getting rid of that.
Right.
For your ass.
I remember, man, my son.
You gonna have you some little light-skinned grandbabies running around.
He hooked up with his baby's mother, and she's of course Mexican. And so, but I had no problem with that.
Right.
I didn't like her as a person, but
Right.
anyway,
But it ain't got nothing to do with you being Mexican. I just don't
yeah,
like your
she was
ass.
just she was a
Oh yeah,
a
they got
person of
assholes
mine,
too.
you know. But
Right.
you know, but I was like, man, you know, and then when I saw my granddaughter, man, I
Right.
was like, how could anybody not? I just can't see how once you see them, Rico. Well, let me ask you, Rico. Once you see them, bro, it don't matter what race they are or what. Once you see them as a person, you're like, man, wow, this is a little baby here.
You just sit there and you say, the love of my life, the smartest thing in the world. How in the hell you two fools create this? That's what I mean. How in the hell did something so good come from you motherfuckers?
Me and my wife was having that conversation this morning, man. We like, if we could just get these two fools out the way.
Yeah.
Just get these
Ain't
knuckleheads out the way,
got
man.
a lick of sense on either
Neither
side.
one of them. Neither one of them, man.
Neither one. Exactly.
I'm like, man, we could.
But you know what? The same thing you say about her, you'd be like, shit. I bet you her parents saying the same shit about this boy.
Right.
They probably saying the same thing.
Her mama and my son have had like at least 4 or 5 arguments, man.
Of course.
Straight out arguments.
Of course. Do you get along with her parents?
No. Well, her mother. She's a single mom, so her mother. No.
You don't get along with her mother either?
No.
Oh, that's right. You said she did that bullshit. So
man, she did so much stuff to us, man. She did so much stuff to us, man. Took the baby, didn't give her back. I mean, and it's not the daughter. That's the thing, man. It's not the daughter. The daughter could care less, man. The daughter's like, man, I'm gonna tell you how bad this chick is, man. Her birthday came up about a couple weeks ago, right? It was a day that the court said she was supposed to pick up the baby. She didn't call. She didn't come. Nothing. And then when she finally called, she said, "Oh, it was my birthday weekend. I had plans. I had to go out and do."
Yeah, but you still got a fucking child.
Hello. Like, don't you think you told this baby? See, this is what I hate, Rico. She told this baby, "Hey, I got she know that the baby gonna get excited when she say, I got a surprise for you. I got a present for you." Baby's gonna say, "Yeah, okay, come on, mom, I want to see you." Right? I mean, she already want to see her anyway, but she knows she gonna get like extra. She gonna put extras on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she said, "Oh, I got a present for you." "Oh, mom, come on. All right. No call, no nothing, bro. Nothing. And I'm like, man, what is going on? And so, just now the baby's asking, "Does my mom don't like me? What's going on? How come she ain't coming by?" And we got to answer this question for these knuckleheads, man. We got to say, "Oh no, it's not that." You know, we got to cover down on.
You got to lie for her.
Exactly.
She got busy.
I wish I could
busy.
Yeah, because she's so smart. This baby's so smart, man. I was gonna send you a picture though. Yesterday was the first day of school. I was gonna send you a picture. I'll send it to you later, man. But I'm just saying, man. You know, she just don't. She's so smart, man. So now when we talking, we got to do everything in code, man. Because she just like she just pick up. If I say, "Have you heard from that idiot?" Like I'm talking about her dad.
You talking about my daddy?
Yeah, she know exactly what I'm talking about. She know exactly. He said, "Pop, that's a bad word you said about my dad."
But he is kind of stupid though, Pop. And you have to listen, like, baby. Right, am I wrong?
I was like, "You're right." Pop, I'm not gonna use that word no more.
But you can't help it because he's such a damn idiot.
Yeah, man. But
I told you, I'm like, man, Lord have mercy.
Lord have mercy.
You know what you and the missus gonna have to start doing?
What's that?
Sitting in the rooms. You gonna have to start texting each other.
Oh yeah, we gonna probably have to.
That idiot.
And she is too smart.
And don't do like me. I be texting and talking at the same time. Damn, I'm getting old.
She'll come. She gets so mad. See, my wife gets so mad at my son, man, for when he do stuff like that, man. When he will just be like, you know, he won't abide by the like she's supposed to call at 5, and my son, and she'll call my son at like 6 o'clock and say, "Hey, I'm gonna call tomorrow." And my son, because he's busy and he don't get his time straight, and he ain't there, he'll be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool." But he ain't the one making the phone call. He ain't the one, you know what I'm saying, sitting there. You know,
Yeah,
my
I
wife
know.
is the one that's making the phone call, right? So he'd be like, "Oh yeah, go ahead," right?
Come 4 hours later.
My wife's like, "Yo, bro, you trying to get permanent custody? You cannot be letting her escape. You just cannot." We try to explain this to this dude, man. But yeah, man. So yeah, you're right, man. It's crackpots in every race,
Oh,
yeah, man. Because
hell
I
yeah.
can't stand these people, man. They just such wrong people, man. And unfortunately, uh, I've met the father one time, and
Mm-hmm.
like we was outside of a barbecue, right? We couldn't come in because now she could come in. The baby's mother could go into the barbecue. That's where you end up having to pick the baby up from a long
Mm-hmm.
time ago, right? But so she could meet some of her cousins. But
Okay.
the father was married when he impregnated the mother, the girl's mother. You know, the
Your
baby's mother.
granddaughter's grandmother.
My granddaughter's grandmother, right? So like they're not really welcome to these family functions, but he kind of fought to get the daughter to be able to come through there, to
Mm-hmm.
the baby's mother to go over there, and so she took her over there, right? Because the mother was like, "Oh, take her over there, so she can meet her cousins," right? And so when I met the dude, he was like, "Huh." He was like, "Man, nah, I didn't know y'all was black." Oh man, holy smokes, right?
Well, he had never seen her before.
Right. He had never seen me. They seen
Ah.
my baby was a little lighter, but she was still a
Mhm.
little darker. But they didn't trip, but
Right.
until they
They just
saw
thought she was a
us.
dark skinned Mexican. Because you have some dark
Yes,
skinned Mexicans.
yes, until they
They
saw
actually
us.
have Afro Mexicans as well.
Yes, yes,
So I'm
yes, yes,
like,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
we, I mean, I'm like, dude, y'all got black people in Mexico.
Lord have mercy, Rico, man. Lord have mercy. You got me all off on that tangent, man. Holy smokes. All right, so let's get back to the topic, man. Let's get
Yes,
back
sir.
to the topic. Shout out to Von Bryant. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you in the building. All right, so and now these are people. Now I'm not gonna say that the Klan is representative of most of the Christianity. I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna say what they represented early Christianity here in America. I'm going to say that's an accurate representation of that. Now, Christianity in today's world has definitely morphed into more accepting of other races and other people getting together. Right?
Yep.
Our brother Malcolm X said 11 o'clock on Sunday morning is the most segregated hour in America. Right?
Yep.
Because white people are in the white church, Mexicans in the Mexican church, blacks in the
Yeah.
black church, and so on and so forth, right? So, but in today's world, I think it's more acceptable. You can go into a white church, you can go into a black church, you can go. I mean, people can go where they want to go,
It's,
right?
it's it's widely acceptable, but people still self-segregate on Sunday. They just do. We all
I,
have in America, what is America? Like probably 70, 80% Christianity.
I would say so. Yeah,
It's very high Christians, small Catholic population, small Muslim population, small
right,
Jewish population. It's
right.
wildly Christian, and you still got predominantly black. They even say it, black churches.
Yeah.
They specify specifically, oh, these are the black churches. They just do. And remember, I think it was just a couple of what was it, a couple of years ago when they was burning up the black churches down south.
Hold on, Rico.
Hmm.
Patrice, I sent you a link, so don't. Yes, we are buck wild. We don't know what we're talking about. You
I
need to
know.
get your behind up here. But I already sent you a link, girl. So don't say I didn't send you a link. I even
Or
sent you a
drop it
text
for her.
telling you. You don't think you're gonna get away from me sending you these links, right?
But the thing is, because they had that a couple of, I think they maybe about a year or two, maybe a little longer, maybe about 2 years ago, where the guy was setting fire to all the black churches and stuff like. I mean, all your southern states, they're heavily segregated. So whether
Shout out to
it's
Sister Enya.
Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, Kentucky, the Carolina, you're not even really going to see much of, you're going to see some scattering in those states. but predominantly those churches are, while they're all Christian, they're heavily, I mean, and even in the when they were talking about, I think it was the SBC we were talking about the other day, the hierarchy of the churches are still very racially segregated. They talked about how, you know, in the higher in the leadership of the SBC, it's still predominantly white males.
Mm-hmm.
They got that white supremacy is in everything. So if you look at the hierarchy of the Southern Baptist Convention, which is like the largest Christian convention or coalition in the country,
Right.
the leadership is probably like 90% white men. Then you got a smattering of black people here, maybe a little bit of women there.
Well, Rico, it's going to be a lot. It's mostly most organizations that have power and money. It's mostly going to be white men. It's mostly going to be white men there.
Exactly.
Just like if you go to Africa, mostly going to be black people in most of these countries, right? They got
going to be mostly black people in what?
In power in most of the countries.
No, they're just going to be figureheads in Africa.
Well, same thing. It's the same thing here. They figureheads too, but they just white too as well, right? So
right. So in America, the figureheads are white men, and the people in power are the white men.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree in Africa, the figureheads are black men, but the men in power in Africa are white men too,
and the Chinese as well.
But and the Chinese, right? Exactly.
But I'm saying.
So you go to Latin America, the figureheads are Hispanic.
Yes.
The men who own shit are white.
The Germans and
white
French.
Europeans own shit, but I'm in the DR right now. The figureheads are Dominicans. The white people own this shit.
Right. And your boy Manuel. Your boy Manuel was saying that the Chinese are really getting into the DR.
Yeah,
they're really coming over
there.
Yes,
the Chinese and all these resorts are all European owned. And when they build these resorts and these airports, they run this mother.
Right.
They just do. It's not fucking Dominicans over here running nothing but their mouth. That's it. They over here providing that cheap labor.
Well, Rico. I mean, if a man comes over here and he says, "Hey, I'm going to give," just like they did in The Godfather, you know, they sit down at the table and they say, "Hey, look, I got $50 million, and you know, this is how everything has to go for everybody to get their cut." What are they gonna do? Say no? Okay, we'll back you up. Like, remember the dude in The Godfather? He found out that, hey, you know, his troops were losing. He's like, guess what? I gotta go. Peace to the east, y'all. I gotta go. Right? And he's like out of there. Right? Castro took over. Right? but my point is, man, you know, like everybody has a limit to what they're gonna have happening. And is based on the people that's there, right? So white people took over this country, and they're the ones that populated. It's of course most of the stuff is going to be white. You know, the people are going to be white that's going to be running it. And so to I won't say fix it, but at least make it fair. We should have at least some set aside for just to make it fair, right? Because I was on one panel and there was a guy talking and he was saying that, hey, you know, the set asides, you know, means that if you black, you just get, you minority, you get, you know, these contracts. And the other brother was saying, oh no, that's like a very small percentage.
It is.
Contracts that's out there, like 10% of the contract.
Less than that, and then you get the most undesirable as well. So you got to realize that too. Even when they do the set asides, it's a small percentage, and whether it's land, whether it's a contract, you're going to get the most undesirable. So like you might be, okay, well, we'll give you the trash hauling contract. And you feel excited because, yeah, going to have some business. And there ain't nothing wrong with that, but it's like, why the fuck we got to do the trash and all the shit cleaning? why is that? You know, that they'll give a minority-owned company that. They will give you that because the bottom line is, even if I don't give it to you as a company, Hell, I'm still gonna hire you motherfuckers to do this.
Well,
You're gonna do this sort of labor that's designed, this type of work, the slave labor, that's yours. You got that on lock.
Well, see, like I said, they give you the stuff that's
It
not
pays the
going to
lease.
exactly.
It
And
pays the lease.
yeah.
You ain't got to be that damn intelligent. It's more back-breaking. It's more hazardous. There's little to no upward mobility.
And it doesn't have any tentacles to reach out to create
nothing
other
else.
sources of income. So
To
a
nothing
lot of
else.
times they
That's
will
it.
do that. All right, Rico, we gotta finish
And when
this.
I do that, Clarence, I expect you to write me a fucking thank you note.
Hey, bro, that's
I
called a
expect
kickback.
you, when you hear them other Negroes talking about me, I expect you to get in their ass. You better fucking buck dance for me, boy.
Now you know who you sound like? You sound like 45, man.
There's my African American.
I hooked you up. Go tell the
Yep.
other Negroes that I'm a good dude. All right.
Yep.
So let's finish the Rico. Let's finish the
Go
new
ahead.
clan.
Yeah.
New clan. They want to explain to you how they get down.
The Ku Klux Klan. We play into their hand. We help them recruit. What do you make of that?
Every time you have a story on the front page of the local newspaper about a Klan rally or something along those lines, the Klan or that particular group does get a member or two. On the other hand, 99.9% people who read about that are essentially inoculated against them. I think it's actually harming them more than it's helping them in the end.
Back in Mississippi, as night falls, Steve and his wife, Nicole, tell us something stunning about Steve's 11-year-old daughter, who is here for all of the night's proceedings.
Your 11-year-old daughter has a vote?
Mm-hmm.
So she was 8. And she chose?
She wanted it.
But you think at 11 she can understand?
I think she understands
Somewhat.
more than what people. Children are very perspective.
She has a beautiful robe.
She wants to be like her daddy.
That's the first time I've actually robed up, so it's a little bit big on me.
And now it's time for all members of the group to robe up.
Where you at, Mom?
I'm right here, son. I'll get you. I've read in some of the literature that there are some people who think that if Barack Obama is reelected, the storm, something they call the storm, is going to come.
Oh, it's going to happen.
What's the storm?
I fear it. War. And he's going to start it. He's going to start it. I fear it. I feel it. I feel it coming on. And it ain't just me. It's just, it's going to be another war in this United States of America. If he gets elected back to office, it's going to happen. If he gets 4 more years, Barack Obama will ruin this country. And white people will be in concentration camps. And if you don't believe white people can't be in concentration camps, people sadly mistaken.
And his
Rico.
Hey, I see that motherfucker.
No, he's right. But who is the person who you got to be afraid of that's going to put you in constant traps? Black people or white people?
White people. They're the only ones that ever done it.
They're the only ones that ever put people in concentration camps, right? Because you got to think, man, they're the only people that ever had a need to do something like that, right? And now he's saying that we're going to do something that we've never done before. Black people just put you out. They don't really kill you, and then they just put you out, right?
Yeah.
All right, so this is the type of Christianity we're dealing with right now. Well, not all of Christianity. This is, I think, the type of Christianity that was going on when we first came here, and these people have held on to it. They haven't progressed with the times, and so I'm just wanting to show that it's still out here. All right, so let's finish up. We're almost done.
Solution to avoid this supposed impending storm is an all-white South, where all blacks, Hispanics, and Jews are banned, given someplace else, he says, to live in America.
I want to make sure I understand you. If the goal is white separatism, separating the races, the only way to separate the races is using violence. You're not going to be able to just say nicely, please leave.
If they will peacefully go, then yeah. But if they won't peacefully go, that's the only way, is through violence. Is through making them go. That's it.
And you'd be willing to be part of that. It's a race war you're talking about, essentially.
Very much so.
His hero and predecessor was a convicted murderer and former head of the Mississippi White Knights.
What do you think about Sam
He's
Bowers?
the greatest Klansman that ever lived.
Well, Sam Bowers was accused and convicted of murder.
I don't endorse murder.
What about other forms of violence?
I don't endorse murder.
I guess that means that other forms of violence may be okay.
You have to form your own opinion on that.
You stand right there.
These words seem particularly ominous as the members line up, preparing to head into the woods to enact a tradition that has haunted the American consciousness for more than a century.
All right, Rico. What do you think?
Yeah, they're some fucking idiots. They're fucking idiots.
Why? Why are they idiotic, Rico?
That's
Why?
the only thing I'm glad about them is they ain't too fucking bright. They're fucking idiots. Just their whole belief system, their whole structure. They're always crying butthurt about the demise of the white man, as if the motherfucker don't still have everything, you know. And usually the good thing about it is ultimately it's generally always a bunch of loser ass white men who believe in that ideology. Most of them are losers. Most of them are that's why they're called white trash. They're the white people that white people don't like. So if they could get rid of all of us, then smart white people would segregate themselves away from them dumb motherfuckers.
Is what they always done.
And I'm like, don't y'all understand? If y'all get rid of us, y'all just gonna become white niggas because that's what y'all are. The way you talk, you have no culture. You ain't have no goddamn sense about yourself. Your behaviors and tradition repulse good white people. They don't want their daughters around you. You ain't got enough whiteness on you for me to want my daughter to be caught fucking your little dumb hillbilly ass son. Your son's slow, dim-witted. So why would I want my daughter with your son? You think him just being white is good enough? No.
Well, Rico, what they are forgetting is the classism.
Exactly.
Really tip of it. That's the real
exactly, which is gonna kick in. It's already there, and what's crazy about it is if they could make it all white, it would sting even more because the classism would show so hard. A lot of the classism is hidden underneath the racism.
That's my point. That's what I've
it's
always
hidden because
said.
There's so much white supremacy and racism, so that's more visible. And even so, white people who be screaming, I'm like, don't you even see that classism is a part of? So you're being fucked undercover.
Right.
They're fucking you poor white people, and y'all just too stupid to see it.
Right. Well, they need a boogeyman. Everybody wants a boogeyman, right?
But they too stupid to see. So all y'all in the trailer park because they put your dumb ass here. And you're not going to get up out of that trailer park, no matter how hard you try. But they convinced you that the reason you're in that trailer park is because of these other people and not because of them.
Barack Obama's fault, right?
Right.
All right, Sister Inya says it also keeps Christianity also keeps us looking at a certain group as the savior when they are not.
Yeah.
Sister Inya, you know your grandmama got that white Last Supper. Yeah, that white Last Supper over the kitchen. You know that.
On that ceramic plate with blonde head, blue-eyed Jesus.
Everybody at the table got blind hair except Judas, right?
Blonde hair, blue-eyed. Yeah.
I remember, man, when I watched Jesus Christ Superstar.
Yeah.
I was like, man, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And Judas came out and he was
blonde
a brother.
Hair, blue-eyed.
No. Judas was a brother. I was like, Judas is the one that
betrayed Jesus.
Yes, exactly, right. I was like, man, please. Oh,
no, they didn't.
Judas was a brother, right?
Everybody else white.
Everybody else was, right?
Fair skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, long, wavy tresses all the way down.
Oh man. Sister Enya, if you took that Last Supper off that, we gonna call your grandma and tell her, hey, Sister Enya got that. She got it. She took it down. No, but if we believe in it, I think Christianity was supposed to help us indoctrinate us into a belief that would help us and the country flow better as far as in terms of uh, white men keeping control of what was going on, right?
Well,
Right.
I think the hope or the beliefs of it, or at least it was supposed to make us better people, right? If everybody,
I mean, I'm talking about initially, Rico.
right. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm like, we were supposed to be better people, and in becoming better people, and I guess it's kind of what Sister Enya says a little bit too. And I guess it could be described as a slave mindset. And I was going to say docility. We were supposed to become more docile. Everybody's walking around.
We who, Rico?
I'm saying
all of us, everybody, or just us black people, or what?
Well, remember when they created Christianity, it wasn't even pushed out to black people at that time. At the time of the Martin Luther, remember that,
right?
So it was for white people. The hopes was like, okay, if we can just make. If we can get all of them to get on board with it now, because remember they did the printing press, so now the masses in the reading, and they read it and actually adhere to it, they become more docile and maybe more controllable.
Well, let's say it like this, Rico, if you have a teacher that's teaching you, and they're somebody who is you respect as a teacher of this doctrine, and they teaching you certain aspects of the doctrine that makes it okay for your behavior, and then it tells everybody else how they're supposed to behave, and or God's not going to have favor with them, then most people are going to jump in line. Most people are going to get with the business, right? So I'm saying that when it first came to America, Christianity first hit America, it was totally to help white men have control, stay in control, and indoctrinate the new generations so they could be in control. It was primarily just for them to have control, because they figured, hey, who's better to have control, me or this woman? Right? It's going to be me, right? So we're gonna have control, and as the times progress, to see what happens is doctrines have to adjust, right? Everything has to adjust for the present time, right? Moses said, you guys shouldn't be getting divorced, but I'm gonna divorce you anyway, right? So they went to Jesus 2,000 years later and said, hey, Jesus, your boy Moses said, he let us get divorced. What do you think about that, right? Right. So he's always trying to put you in a trick. But see, he said, hey, look, reason why Moses gave you guys divorcement, because you guys kept getting on his nerves. He couldn't do nothing with you, and he didn't want you guys to be with each other and make each other even more miserable. He just went ahead and let you guys get divorced. But that's not how it's supposed to be. Not supposed to get divorced, right? Now, the Catholic Church didn't want people getting divorced, because when you break up families, then that's one less family that's going to be paying money to the church. So now you want to try. And matter of fact, do you know that why the Catholics eat fish on Friday? Supposedly, allegedly.
Nah.
Okay. They eat fish on Friday because back in the day the fishermen were having trouble with the fishermen with selling fish, and people would only buy fish on certain days, and so they wanted to make sure they had at least one day where everybody committed to buying fish. The fishermen out there in Italy, and so they came up with, okay, Friday is the day we have fish. We all eat fish on Friday, and that kept the fishermen going. So everybody was in bed with each other. Everybody, and do you think the church made a little helping off of that? Not to mention the mafia's money they washing through there. I'm talking about the Catholic Church at this point now,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
Vatican,
Yeah.
right? They washing so much of the mafia's money in there. It's unbelievable. But it's the Vatican is a city. It's a city by itself, self-standing city, right? Got their own police force and everything. It's their own city. Now, but as we're talking about in Christianity in America, it was supposed to make white men, remember I was telling you earlier, brother, they had where they could do whatever they wanted to do, right? Where they would literally have anybody who did anything other than, let's say, the religious leader of well, they didn't have villages. What did they have? Outposts, or what did they have? What did they call their communities over here, Rico?
In the U.S. at
Yeah,
that
yeah.
time?
When it came up with settlements or whatever.
Settlements, yeah.
Okay. So
Settlements.
they had these little settlements, right? And whoever was the religious leader of the settlement was pretty much the leader, right? And so they would kill people for being left-handed. They said these people was possessed by the devil, right? And like we said before, they would mess with these little girls and these little boys. And when the little girls and the little boys went to go tell people that they was messing with them, the religious leader would say, "Oh, they got an evil spirit in them. So this is what we're gonna do to make sure. Well, my daughter's not a witch. Your daughter's a witch, and we're gonna prove it. Okay, so we're gonna do. So they put her under the water, and if she die, then okay, she's not a witch. If they pull her back up and she's alive, then she is a witch, and they got to drown her again, right? But that's how they was getting rid of the people that was, talking against them and the stuff they was doing. It was very much mulched into a bad situation. Now, here's the biggest question of all, Rico. Is Christianity doing good for us, or should we leave it as a people, as Americans? Should we just leave it? Should we just drop it? Is it something that we even need anymore?
I mean, I don't, I don't, follow it, or any other religion. So I don't want it to be thought of as, I left it in favor of another, because I haven't.
Right.
But I don't see a need for it. And I believe in some of the things they believe in. I believe in, but I don't, it has not served me well in my life. Now I may come to regret that. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't feel like there's any regret. I feel none of it at all, at all. But yeah, just to me, I don't think it serves us well, period, as a community, primarily as a Black community now. But I'm kind of a little bit fearful of these motherfuckers in this country running around with no religion. I don't know
why.
Cause just how people are, I think as bad as we are with some sort of religious beliefs, I think a lot of us would end up a lot worse. Maybe like, when you speak of the days of the Romans and whatnot, the level of decadence and debauchery without any sort of maybe. I don't know if I do not have enough faith in man to believe that they would just be a decent fucking person. Even though I know I can, and I know some of us can. I don't know if enough of us could. So I appreciate there being some, but I can't even say necessarily I believe that religion is bad or wrong itself. I just think the application and the leadership is fucking trash. It's just horrible. How they applied and the leaders in it are just the wrong fucking people. I think if we had much better religious leaders, I would have more faith in it and I would be more faithful about it. But anything, when you got bad leadership, it's just bad.
Yeah.
It's just bad. You can have the best thing in the world. and you put the wrong motherfuckers in charge, it's gonna be shit in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Man ruined religion. Religion was for man, and man is the very motherfuckers that fucked it up.
Definitely.
So,
okay.
Yeah, we probably do need to get. I mean, it's a hard question.
Yeah, because Christianity has a lot of good parts to it.
Yeah.
A lot of good parts to it. Unfortunately, like you said, it depends on like who is doing the giving out their
leadership.
perspective. Yeah, whose perspective you going under. And it might be different
that will
situations.
lead your ass astray.
Yeah. And then next thing you know, you way down the river, to listen to the wrong person. And I would say the same thing for Islam. I'll say the same thing for Judaism. You know what I mean? Depends on who's leading you. And you got to be able to see for yourself. That's why all of these books we have to read for ourselves, man, because anybody could tell you anything. And if you don't know, they're counting on you, the fact that you don't know. They're counting on that to be able to lead you astray. Or have you thinking, oh yeah, I'm doing right when you're actually doing wrong, right? You know what you're supposed to be doing. I mean, we all got a pretty good idea of what being a good person is. Now, here's a problem. Rico. When you're a good person in America, it's tough for you, man. Girls
I know.
Women don't like good people, man. Women don't like good people most of the time, man.
Nope.
And it's no knock on the sisterhood. Not trying to say I'm not, go get your passport and leave America and don't never talk to American women. Well, I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm just saying typically when a lot of these women, they don't really respect good dudes until later on, right? Later on until they got a few more miles on them. And then they look at a dude and they say, you know what? That's probably the kind of guy I should be with, right? But of course, they got other issues going on after that, maybe children, bad credit, whatever, as opposed to being able to just run into a relationship. Now they got these other things that they got to deal with, right? Okay, so my point is, it's not looking so good for Christian men. It's not looking so good. Let me ask you, why would a man want to be a Christian in today's society? You're not going to get the top choice of women. People are going to probably not respect that fact that you even believe in Christianity. Children, your wife may not respond to you. I mean, and then you're going to get attacked on the job if you let out the fact that you're a Christian. People are going to hold that against you, right? They're going to say,
I don't know about all those things. I just don't see where, like I said, I wouldn't want to say that you're going to get attacked or anything like that. I just, like I said, I just don't think, and I'm not even going to say that you can't get a good woman. It's just the fact that I just don't see where the benefit of it comes out because of the fact that they still, you're still not being. I think it's a question of are you a true Christian or a fake one? If you're a fake one, you fine. That's the majority of motherfuckers are. Okay. But if you are a real true Christian, you're gonna find yourself in an extremely small community.
Agreed.
You see what I'm saying? Agreed. Of real, true, dyed in the wool and living their life and doing the right thing. If you want them like Marcus, you fine. You good.
What?
Christian.
What?
I didn't do shit.
I didn't do nothing.
You can't throw a rock without hitting one of them fakes.
Man.
Marcus, is there any value for a man being a Christian man in today's society? Is there anything you getting out of the society? And we know that you probably get something out of your faith, but I'm saying as far as does your life get any better because you're a Christian man tangibly?
I don't know how to answer that. First of all, thank you for letting me up, and how y'all doing?
Good, sir.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Hold on, Marcus. Mr. Intellectual Showbox, please come up here because I did this for you. We talked yesterday. I did this with you. I was waiting for you to come up here. All right. Go ahead, Mark.
I think it just depends, right, on like on the individual and the couple that are together, you know, because you know, if they think it's a benefit to them, it's a benefit to them, whether you're in the Christian or, you know, what is to Mormons or uh, Muslims, you know, like I think it just depends on the individual and how they look at it as a benefit to themselves in their life and how they want to prosper. But uh, I personally think, like for me as a man, and my belief in you know, I do believe in God, but I don't believe so much in the church. So individually, that's like my own journey, and I think it can help you in certain ways. It's just like Rico said, you know, it's you got to walk the walk. You can't just talk the talk, and um, there is no in between. You either are or you're not in a way, right? So uh, I just work on not trying to be so judgmental and try to listen and hear people out, you know. But that's just me.
All right. All right. Thank you, Brother Marcus. Let me swing it over here to Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. What's going on, brother?
Man, bro, see, thank you
What up,
for
Mr.
doing this
Best?
topic. What's good, everybody? You know what I'm
Good,
saying?
good, sir.
And hey,
I
listen,
tried to call you this morning before I went up, man, but you was busy. So I
it's
said,
all
yes.
good. It's all good. It's all good. I'm sorry. I was
All right.
a brother was KO, man. I had a lot of stuff to
Hey,
do, like
brother, you
just
ain't got
like
to explain
overall.
nothing to me, brother. You a grown man. I just got, you know, I just was trying to catch you, and I knew you was probably busy, so I knew you probably see the string, man. But what do you think, man?
Yeah, I'm here now. I'm here now. Thank you for doing this topic. I appreciate it. And thank you for just even allowing me to just be able to have an idea.
Oh,
I
come on,
appreciate it, man.
come on, man.
Um, and Rico, what's going on? You know what I mean?
What's going, sir?
Mr.
Doing
Rico,
good, doing good. How about
Marcus, what up?
yourself?
Listen, let me
What up?
get to
What
the
up? What
point.
up?
So, look, man, I feel like for our community, right? Well, I'm talking about
Okay.
like you know, as far as like people of color, black people, and all that. Like, I feel like, man, like I don't know. I see where sometimes it's made a difference in some people's lives where they stop drinking or they
Right.
stop doing certain things, and I feel it. You know what I mean? But then I don't know, man. Like I just feel like it's just a lot of weirdness that be going on, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like they may stop drinking or doing certain things, but then they start acting just super weird. Like you can't even talk to them about certain things, or they just, you know what I mean? They get, you know, they're supposed to be such happy and positive people, but they get so angry at the most smallest things. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, they'll curse you out quicker than somebody who ain't a Christian. It's crazy to me, bro. Like I ain't never seen this. Like it's like, yo, like what do you really represent? Like if this is really God, then yo, you gotta go on. You have to show me, homie. Like, and
Right.
then the gaslighting that they be doing, the manipulation they be doing, all the stuff they be doing, man. It's like they really worship the devil. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But when I look at brothers in different faiths, and shout out, to Minister Farrakhan, man. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to all the brothers, man, who really be holding it down for us as a people. You know what I mean? When it comes to them brothers, and I'm talking about their faith, oh, they can't even have an Instagram channel. They can't even have a Twitter. They can't even have a YouTube. They can't have nothing. You know what I mean? And all they're talking about is their faith, but they're going against the colonizer and the oppressor. And that's where they get upset at them at. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, it's okay to say people to go pray and give tithes and do all other bullshit. But as soon as we saying, look, you come over here, I'm gonna take these big back fists and I'm gonna knock you upside your head if you come messing with me too much. Now we got a problem. You know what I mean? Because we ain't trying to pray about it when it come to them. When it come to them brothers, when it come to the fruit of Islam, Nation of Islam, they ain't gonna be doing too much praying. You come up over there acting a fool, they gonna put that foot in that ass. You know what I'm saying? As well as they should.
I've seen it done many times.
Yeah. And it should be done, man. Ain't no, look, we done been lynched, put through slavery and all that. They done burnt us up and all that. Firebombed our town like Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like we ain't going through that no more. We not. For what? You know what I mean? Okay, I done use my big black words. Now I'm using my big black fist, and I'm gonna let you know what time it is. You know what I mean? I done told you what I'm about. I done told you I'm a man of peace, but don't come over here being not peaceful. You know what I'm saying? And when we draw that line, then there's a problem. But as
Right.
long as we allow them to kill us and we pray for them, as long as we allow them to throw us in prison and we just pray for them, as long as we allow them to steal our money and resources and we just pray for them, everything's all good. And as BZ always talks about, he says, as soon as something go on with us, they always ask us to pray. Always. Not seek justice, but pray. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not seek things to change, but to pray.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, you gain too much weight and you can't find a man. Pray about it. No, take your ass to the gym. You know what I mean? I'm not bagging on the sisters. I'm saying brothers too. You didn't gain too much weight. Women don't want you. You can't see your dick no more. Take your ass to the gym. Stop eating them damn cheeseburgers and eat some veggies and fruit.
Ouch.
I'm keeping it 100. They do something to your family. Somebody of another race do something to your family. Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Don't sit there and pray. Do what you got to do. Handle your business. However you're gonna handle your business. Now, if you wanna use the laws of the land, go ahead. But if you want to use your law.
Yeah. Sometimes it's got to be done. It's got to be done. Got to be done. Sometimes.
Yeah. No more than just praying stuff, man. I'm tired of it. I ain't praying about. I'm not. Listen, I got a problem with you. I'm gonna just be straight up with you.
Oh, you cut out.
I'm sorry. Somebody keep trying to call me. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Good, man.
Yeah. I'm not praying about nothing. I got a problem with you. I'm letting you know straight up. I ain't praying about nothing no more. All right. So Mr. Teleshu Sobak is warning you. Don't fuck with me because I'm not praying about shit. And that's all I gotta say.
Well, brother, because you asked me to do this topic, I want to ask you: did you have any question for me or any other panelists, right? Marcus or Rico or whatever. You had a did you have a specific question for, or you just wanted to just talk about the topic?
Yeah, man. I mean, bro. See, like, how do you feel, man? Are you agree with what I'm saying? Like, what's your stance on all this, man? Because like I said, I'm just tired of us. Like everything we go through, all they do is just throw us a Bible and just tell us to pray and give us a whole bunch of well wishes. Like, I'm tired of that. Like, nah, like we enough of that.
Yeah, man. Well, like I said, you're supposed to pray to have some to give yourself peace, but you're supposed to get up and do something. You're supposed to get up and do something, right? And so however you got to do whatever you got to do, right? Because in the Quran it says, "Oh, you who believe, retaliation is prescribed for you. It's a prescription, right? If somebody do something to you, you need to retaliate just to have some closure, right? You're gonna have to retaliate to have some closure. Even the courts of America recognize that. That's why they have a victim impact statement, right? They're gonna let you retaliate verbally to this person, even if they just sentenced to life or 60 years or whatever. They let you retaliate verbally. As far as getting up and doing something, yes, man. I think we all got to get up and do something. We can work in unity, whatever religion you are. We can work in unity to make things happen. So I definitely believe in that. I don't like the fact that if you watch from the beginning when we were talking about how the contradictions in coming to America and saying, okay, we want everybody to be free, but at the same time, these black people, we don't want them free, or the Latin brothers, we don't want them free either, right? So it's like that's a contradiction there. And so we were just watching about the Klan and how they pretty much held on to those initial beliefs that they had when white people came over to America. The initial belief was that the white man was going to be supreme over everyone and not have no rivals. But unfortunately for the people that believe that way, time progresses and things change, right? So that's my stance on that. Unless you have some like a particular question, but you want to let the other brothers answer that question, go around the room.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let me answer. Yeah.
What you think, Rico, and then Marcus?
I mean, as far as like how do we deal with the religion?
Well, he's saying, do you agree that we've been doing all this praying, and every time we get violated, we have to do all this praying instead of getting up and taking action?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that I definitely. I mean, which is why, like I said, I've just sort of shied away from religion because it's supposed to be, it's what is it going to do? What is it supposed to do but make you feel good? It doesn't resolve any of your problems. It doesn't resolve any of your issues. So it's too much, as 84 says, too much of this turn the other cheek shit. you know, and I think it has over in history over time, like I said, whether it's through slavery or whatever, it allowed us to participate in our subjugation. So when we're being subjugated by others through religion, it's teaching us to participate in the subjugation, to accept it, to bend the knee, to feel like, you know, it's righteous and it's okay to be in bondage or in slavery or to be deprived or oppressed. Just pray about it. Don't do anything about it. Just pray about it. For me, I find that, you know, it makes you too docile. It makes you too subservient to people who have power and lordship over you and they don't deserve it. But it teaches you to accept that. The Bible is a book of stories, you know, a book of stories about things that occurred and how, you know, certain, you know, you should be in a certain way. But like I said, I just shy away from religion because, you know, whenever I've run into problems or issues or compromises in my life, you know, going to religion has done nothing to help me heal, fix what bothers me, or anything. It's like, okay, somebody told me go read this book and it'll make me feel better. I read the book and I don't feel no fucking better. I just don't. And so then I look at it in a way like, well, maybe it just doesn't work for me because maybe I'm not worthy. I don't know. But I don't necessarily think everybody needs religion in the same way that I don't believe everybody needs therapy, even though we've all could have had trauma. So people will often say, therapy. I'm like, no, some people are, and I'm not against it. You know, I tell people if you need therapy, go get it. But everybody don't need it. I ain't never had therapy and I don't need it. And I've been through some traumatic events in my life as well.
Rico.
But I just don't need it.
Rico.
Yes.
You need therapy, Rico.
Yeah, I know. That's what they keep telling me, but I ain't getting it. I ain't getting it. I just don't think everybody needs it, you know. And the thing is, to me, I look at it like, you know, therapy, you know, to me, it's like it's becoming like the same thing where we over medicate ourselves in this country. You know, every fucking kid got ADHD. I'm like, how all of a sudden every kid got ADHD? You know, because people don't want to, you know, so when people, you know, when I hear people say, okay, you need therapy, yes, it's true. And I believe in therapy. But I also believe sometimes, motherfucker, you just need to learn how to cope. You don't need therapy because for every fucking thing. Some of it is just called coping. You need to learn life skills. You know, you need to learn that, you know, you should have been taught as a child that things ain't going, you can sometimes do everything right and shit can still just turn out wrong. Damn. That's just the way it is. Yeah. You don't always catch a lucky break. But because we've created this environment now where everybody needs a hug, you know, the participation trophy, this, that, whatever. So I need to go see a doctor. Why? Because I feel sad. Motherfucker, you did something bad. You should feel sad. That's a normal thing. So we normalize, and religion is a part of that. We've normalized certain crutch behavior. And I don't speak out against it because I know that there are so many people who do need things like therapy, religion, this, that, and whatever.
Yeah, man.
I'm just not a proponent that. I think the gauntlet is swung, the pendulum has swung too far where we went from never doing anything, and I get it, and having all these mass shooters and all this pent up frustration and all these sick tweets. We went from never, ever, ever talking about it. And I'm like, man, will y'all just shut the fuck up talking about it? Everybody, and I get mad every time somebody get in trouble. Oh, I'm having mental health. And I think it's so unfair.
Rico.
Celebrity get caught in some shit, get caught fucking around on his wife. I had a mental health breakdown. No, you just wanted some pussy. Stop doing that. You know, they do. Oh, you got caught calling you using the N-word. Oh, I was having a mental. No, you just racist. Stop doing that.
Rico, some of these people do have mental problems.
Look, when they
been
calling
on-
you nigga, they ain't a
on
mental
bad
health
close.
issue. They just racist.
Word.
Because you know, because that's what I said, Roseanne did that shit. And blame it on all kinds of shit. Because that's, as a society, we swung the pendulum to that way, and that's a get out of jail free card.
But Rico, like this is my thing I'm saying, right? I'm not telling people like not to pray and meditate, right? I'm not telling none of the brothers to pray, not pray and meditate, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying, because I pray and meditate sometime, right? What I'm saying is like, if you do something to me and I address it and I tell you, listen, this is what's bothering me, and I explain it to you respectfully, I don't yell, you know, I know how to speak, you know, clearly and concisely and respectfully, and I give you that respect, right? No disrespect. I tell you what it is. And you do it again, then that means you're trying to play me. Then I'm a snap.
Yeah. Right.
You know what
Then
I mean?
it's deliberate.
Yeah, because now you think you just do whatever you want, and that's not gonna fly here. You know what I'm saying? Especially if I spoke to you about something already in depth. Listen, can you not do this? Can you not do that? And you still do it, then I mean you don't respect me. Like that's just what it means. There's no other way to go about it. So
that's true.
All right, y'all. Let's swing it over to Marcus. Marcus, what you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, I like everyone what they said so far. I think my issue too with other people that are part of the Christianity is when they say be peaceful and just pray for it about it. But in the Bible, doesn't it show stories where people stood up like for each other to fight other people, like David and Goliath?
Yeah.
That was confrontational. That turned physical, right?
Yes.
So that means that you're not supposed to take it on the chin all the time. So I see similarity in certain textbooks, and it's just like, so no, it's not always about turning the other cheek. So it's like Shannon Sharp said when he was raised by his relatives. He said, "Listen, you can't always be the person to always be taking the high road because I'm not built like that. You know, even in the Bible, he said that's that person in the Bible. I'm not him in that Bible. I'm me. So when a person doesn't want to take it anymore, you can't blame them for their said reaction. You know, it's just the way that it is."
True indeed. True indeed. All right, gentlemen, I got a video for y'all. It's got 6 reasons why religion is not a good thing right now. Let's see if we can agree. Religion has done more harm than good. Let's take a look at it.
I just finished my last exam, and you know what that means. Actually, neither of those things are true. It is most definitely winter, and I have a year and a half left of school. What it does mean, though, is that I have more time to make videos, and since it is really cold out here and sandals, not exactly the greatest winter footwear, let's get right to that. There, that's more like it. Because I had exams this week, I sat right here for countless hours rereading articles, going over my notes, and procrastinating online. You know, what people do when they're supposed to be studying. Like, did you know that Wikipedia has a random article page that you can just click and click and click and just give you all this information that you never knew you needed to know, but you need to know it right then, of course. Like how an ostrich evolved, or where the Chinese language came from, or how much money did the 1974 Super Bowl gross? I don't know. We should look that up. Okay, yeah, I wasted a lot of time. I see that now. It was during this period of exploration, we'll say, that I came across something that was pure clickbait. The article was called 6 Reasons Religion May Do More Harm Than Good. If for nothing else, the tagline drew me in. It's hard to argue with some of these. I had to click. I mean, what else was I going to do? Study? But here's where the surprise comes in. As I was reading this article purely with the intention of finding flaws and inaccuracies in the argument, I came to realize that everything the article said, every point that the author was making, was actually based in truth. I mean, don't get me wrong, the whole article was one big straw man argument, picking out the worst examples of individuals and institutions acting on behalf of religion to do harm as evidence that all religion is bad. So, logically bankrupt. And yet, I couldn't help but feel a little indicted by this article, at least warned by some of its points. While it might be unfair to say that these 6 flaws are inherent to religion or that religious institutions are the only ones that have problems with them, The fact of the matter is that bad religion does exist, and sometimes it's closer than we think. Take the first point, for instance. Religion promotes tribalism. Now, as a student of the Second Vatican Council, I can say that this is absolutely not the teaching of the Catholic Church. Lumen Gentium, the dogmatic constitution of the Church, teaches that the people of God are not just us confirmed Catholics, but in fact Protestants who believe in Christ, Muslims and Jews who believe in the same God, Hindus and Buddhists who seek truth and wisdom, and yes, even those who do not know God by name, but seek mystery in the shadows. Basically, that.
All right, it's our first stop, gentlemen. What do you guys think about that? He said that, you know what I mean? It does, religion promote tribalism?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
how so?
Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
How so?
It does, because most religions are, they first of all, they say if you don't follow their teaching and their belief and their doctrine,
Thank you, Sister
then you
Ann.
can't get to heaven, or you will die, go to hell, or whatever the case may be. Almost every religion claims to be the one true religion, and they use that term. We are the one true religion, inferring that the other religions are false.
Correct.
So that's creating tribalism. That's carving you up and saying you need to be of my tribe and not, be of that false tribe.
What do you think, Marcus?
Yeah, so that's why it's kind of called like conversion. So like when you join the practice, right, or whatever teachings, you are converting to those set ways. So, I agree with Rico, because when a person ends up becoming part of the church, who do you start hanging out with? People from the church. You stop hanging out with, usually most of the time, people that weren't from the church anymore.
Heathens like Rico?
Something like that, right? Something like that, but
You
yeah,
can't say so.
yeah, right. What's up, Vaughn? Jump in the panel, Vaughn. Help me out. I don't want to be 2-on-1 right now.
Come on, Vaughn. Come on, get up here, Vaughn.
Yeah.
So you can, Okay, so okay, because here's the thing. Well, let me let you finish, Marcus.
No, I was actually done. You good?
Okay, so it does promote tribalism, because if you look throughout the Bible, now we in trouble, y'all. Now we in trouble, y'all. All right, so if we look throughout the Bible, there's always a bunch of tribalism going on, right? It's this group of people against this group of people. This group of people enslaving this group of people. This group of people is better than this group of people. This group of people are not allowed to intermingle with this group of people. I mean, so you got a lot of that. Well, let's talk about it. Old Testament really promotes that, right? New Testament, not so much. Still a little bit, not as much. But the Old Testament, this group of people cannot be with this group of people. This group of people has to be over that group of people, and so on and so forth. So I believe that it does promote tribalism, especially the Old Testament. And we got somebody else who wants to weigh in on this topic. Sister, do you know the words now, sister?
Are you teasing me?
9 to 5. What a
I'm-
way to live it.
Listen.
Is that OG Patrice?
Listen, I know that song in my sleep now. Stop it. Stop torturing me, sir.
You want some torture? Rico.
Yes, sir.
Rico, we need you to sing a song. Because Patricia said she needs to be tortured. You need to sing a song.
Hey, I don't torture. I sing sweet love songs and lullabies.
I'm sorry, Patrice. Go ahead. What's your take?
No, I just wanted to say hello to you gentlemen up here and salute to the chat. The chat is where it's at. How's everybody doing, first of all?
I'm doing good. How you doing, OG?
Best is the best word I can use in English.
Doing well.
I'm doing well. Rico, how was your birthday vacation? A happy belated birthday. I didn't get to say that to you.
Sis.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. And I'm still down here for a few more days, enjoying getting a little sick of all this sun and sand. Not
fair enough.
I know you're not. I'm actually jealous, right? It's so hot here in Arizona. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. But all is well. All is good. I went to see the Chris Rock concert. I told the
Oh
comedy
yeah,
show. I told you, oh my God, you
was
guys,
good.
he was. Oh my God, he was magnificent. Oh my, I mean, he's a genius. He's a freaking comedic genius. But he talked about, everybody's waiting on it. He talked about the slap, right? So
Oh
when
yeah,
he's a comedian, so he made it funny.
right.
He found the laughter in it. He talked about, he was like, he started off with talking about, he said, I understand it's some real victims out here. He said, but there's a lot of people out here claiming victim. They so sensitive, you can't say nothing to them. They claim they a victim. You can't do nothing. They claim they a victim, and everybody want a victim like that's right. So
Right.
he said, I ain't no victim. I don't want y'all to think I'm no victim because I got slapped. He said, I'm not a victim, but I want y'all to know. And because people keep asking me, did it hurt? Hell yeah, it hurt. It hurt.
Yeah,
He
I
said, but
know
I
it
ain't
did.
no victim. He said, I ain't no victim. I ain't finna sit on nobody's couch and talk to nobody about it. I ain't finna go on no talk shows and talk
Thank you.
about it. He said, I ain't no victim like that. He said, I ain't know the shit was gonna happen. And hell yeah, it hurt. But I ain't no victim.
You ain't no victim until they
So
get to court.
so yeah,
You ain't
right,
gonna be no.
exactly.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Then I'm gonna be.
Exactly, but he was absolutely splendid. You guys get a chance to ever go see him. It was well worth the money I paid for that ticket
I get ready to
because
say it wasn't no cheap seat, was it?
I was in the fourth row, bro, up front. So you
Oh,
already know.
mm.
And I bought my ticket a month before the slap. So by the time
Oh,
Oh
that happened,
dang.
yeah, my ticket was triple the price by the time. Yeah, yeah,
Woo.
yeah. Everybody kept telling me to sell it. I'm like, no, I want to see him.
Right.
I don't want to sell my ticket. I want to see him. But
man.
no, this video here, just to change the subject back to what you guys are talking about. This video here is, I saw this video about 8 months ago, I think, and it hit a lot of poignant points, about the separatism, the tribalism, the cliques. We
Mm-hmm.
see it now in a lot of the churches now, especially in these big prosperity preaching churches. They're
Yeah.
very cliquish. When I told you guys, when I was into Christianity, when I was married, my husband and I, because our income combined was well over six figures. They put you in a certain class. You get to sit up front. You get to, this treatment, that treatment, and it was just, it was a lot of that. It was a lot of separatism. It was a lot of classism. It was a lot of tribalism. If you didn't affiliate with the same uh, denomination, a lot of times they don't want to have anything to do with you because your doctrine is different from theirs or whatever. So yeah, it causes a lot of that. Unfortunately, I didn't come up here to bash Christianity. I just came basically to just say on that point, that it is truth to that. But then it's truth to that in all religions, right? We know that there is good and righteousness in all religions, right? So you take a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and if you stand on your own without having a doctrine or ideology to follow and just believe in basically being a good person and treating people right and doing right and giving back and things of that nature. Those are good deeds that our God looks at, right? And those are good things that I personally believe that we still get judged by, whether we going into a building, an institution, and worshiping Him. I believe you can do that on your own with your personal relationship with Him. You don't have to subscribe to an ideology or a doctrine under certain denominations.
Definitely, definitely, definitely. Okay, so you got a minute, sis? Are you gonna hang out with us, or you gotta get
I
you gotta
do.
get
I got a minute.
okay. All right, so let's finish watching it. So first thing he asked was tribalism. Of course, we went through that. Okay, so let's see what the next thing is.
that means we're supposed to think of everyone as the people of God. We're to be in solidarity with all the people of the earth. And yet, who can claim that tribalism doesn't exist in our churches? Who can claim that we don't try to keep people out or put people down, claim superiority over others, all in the name of God? The article also argues that religion tries to anchor its believers in the Iron Age, stifling progress and living in the past. Again, we know this to be false. True religion calls us to read the signs of the times, to take the unchanging truth that we know to an ever-changing world in a way that makes sense. Although progress may be slow at times, our eyes are always looking forward, working to build up the kingdom of God. And yet, how much of what we do is based on the foundation of, well, that's the way it's always been done? In the name of tradition, we sometimes fail to discern the difference between the eternal mystery of God and the fading history in which God spoke, sometimes making idols of human institutions and cultures, focusing too much on things that ultimately don't matter. Point number 3 might be a little confusing at first, but it's a fair critique. Religion makes a virtue out of faith. Now, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Faith, properly understood, that is, a steadfast commitment to what has been revealed and a trust in what has been promised, absolutely is a virtue. What is not a virtue, though, is checking our brains at the door and blindly following something just because the Bible or a priest says so. Faith does not contradict reason or science or conscience. It builds upon them to come to a higher level of knowing.
Ooh, okay,
Yeah,
y'all.
yeah.
Okay, y'all. You hit on one right there.
Listen, that one is so prominent for me when it comes to trusting and believing in man. When it says, when the Bible talks about, don't put all your trust and belief in man. That is true because we know in a lot of religions and a lot of churches and a lot of Muslim beliefs and a lot of Judaism and a lot of Buddhism, there is trust and belief in that one man that they call their leaders, they call their ministers, their pastors, their rabbis, their teachers, and they literally get so engulfed in the ideology and doctrine of that person. They put that person on the pedestal as God. Just take a lot of cults, especially a lot of cult type of religious cults, when some of these cult leaders call themselves gods or the son of God or they're Jesus and all of that. And it's just that right there spoke volumes for me. That's why I said I will absolutely not put 100% of my trust in no man that's I'm following an ideology and a doctrine of religion upon no one. And I mean no one on this earth.
Okay. Anybody else before I say anything?
Well, I think I think we should be mindful when he spoke to how religion centers itself into tradition and things of the past. And I think if a lot of religions just shook up a lot of their traditions and ideologies and beliefs from the past, it would be more modern, more acceptable. So you look at some faiths where like when they don't even still today don't want to allow women priests or priests to marry. So it's just really crazy. And it's like there's no foundational fundamental belief or reason or anything in the Bible that says that it has to be a man, that the man can't marry, so on and so forth. But those are man-made things, and we're still rooted in them from hundreds of years ago. It's utter insanity. And that's a good thing he spoke to about how a lot of the religion is just rooted into things of the past where the actual word is about you should take your faith to the sign of the times. We're not living however many thousand years ago when these stories were told, so they're not, while they're in essence somewhat applicable today, they're not exactly applicable to the modern times. And to be able to say that if your faith cannot keep up with the times or to conform to the times, then maybe your faith has lost its usefulness. I like to think it still can, but it just needs to be updated in a more modern time that we live in. And I think it should be. You know, I think we probably should have more. We should probably have. I can't believe how like the vast majority of our faith leaders are still men. So I'm like, and pretty much in most religions, you know, it's like, why are they so damn sexist still? I mean, just the
Most
five
of it, most of
logically
that,
to think
Rico,
that
is cultural.
faith,
Most of that is cultural. It's not the
right? But that's
religion
what I'm
itself.
saying. But I'm like, God can come to me through a woman just as easily, or probably, or maybe even better than a man. So we're not even necessarily getting our best faith leaders because we choose them flawed based on this flawed cultural traditional theory that it has to be a man, rather than okay, the best faith leader. And several religions do that. Christianity, I know Islam's big with it. Judaism with it. You know, I mean, they are all predominantly male oriented. And remember how I told you how for me, you know, my loss of faith is in the faith leaders. I probably wouldn't have lost it so much if it was 50-50. Because remember, we say, like I say, for every one good faith leader, there's like 8 or 9 bad ones. So I don't necessarily think that the faith itself is bad. I just think the leadership is so atrocious. And it ain't going to get better because we replace one dickhead man with another dickhead man. Because we think it has to be male. So that's another tradition that I think has, you know, they've done some things in the name of tradition that has probably caused more harm to the faith than anything. And that's why, you know, I say more and more every day, people are becoming less and less religious. I'm like, well, you ain't got nobody to blame but yourself.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents.
Marcus.
No, I think they pretty much broke it down, Rico and Ochi Patrice. So, you know, I'm just go off what they said too. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame somebody for feeling a certain way of being away from the path of a church or congregation if they were misled, because a lot of responsibility and weight carries on a shepherd. But you got to understand, like as a shepherd, you can't lead your flock astray, and then your flock is going to stop believing in you, right?
Yes.
And I think it says in the Bible, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't checked the back pages yet in a minute, but I think in I think in Revelations it says something about like beware of wolves in sheep's clothing or something like that, right? You know,
Yeah, and there's a
false.
lot of them that
Yep.
are behind the pulpit and trust and believe, and it's coming more to light now more than ever. You know,
Hmm.
especially when it comes to the thievery, and when it comes to the preying on of children and women and men when they're young, especially the young, the underage. They're starting to traffic, you know, even in the you know, in the churches, and it's so sad, in the religion and in the faith, and it's just pedophilia run rampant there as
And we're not
well.
just talking about Christianity. I mean, we're talking about
No,
religion
I'm talking
across
about
the
all
board.
forms. Yeah,
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about all
Put it
forms.
out there though, Patrice.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Disclaimer. Yeah.
Talking about all
But when it comes to you know, the doctrine part, for me, it's when it puts you in a box, right? Because you know, I grew up Baptist. And then I had a friend that was sanctified. You know what I mean? And so the difference between the two, when we would have conversations and talk, you know, because back then sanctified, filled with the Holy Spirit, she never wore pants. She always wore dresses and skirts. She could not wear like what they talk about, anything on her head, like veils or thing, all of that, you know, according to their faith. And it made her very, very docile and in the box, and very, parents were very strict on it. And when I tell you, when she became of age and got grown and started experiencing life and went off to college and different things like that, She became one of the wildest persons ever.
I knew you was gonna say that.
You
I
basically
knew you was
described
gonna
an
say
Amish person or a librarian. That's what you describe right now.
that.
Exactly. It was like she listen, she went off to college and got from up under the tutelage of her parents, and
Man,
Oh,
they tried everything that they could to to hold her back and keep her down. But especially over in the Middle East, in their faith and religion,
oh yeah.
if a woman do anything to defile a man, off with her head.
or
Let's
not
be
just that,
real
but
about
bring shame to the family. They'll do a
Yeah.
yeah,
consequence or
because you brought shame to the family. Just recently, this father deleted his own daughter because of some shame she brought.
crazy.
Let him get pregnant, even if it's getting impregnated by graping.
Yeah.
Even if molestation or raping caused them to get pregnant.
That
See,
makes no sense.
that's the hypocrisy for me with the religion over there. If the woman got raped, she would be defiled, and they would disown her. They would, she would go to jail. Sometimes even get deleted. When it comes to the hypocrisy of the Catholic Church with they didn't want any women priests, right?
No.
So then but then you have all these men, and look what they end up doing to children. Then you take the women that were nuns that
Oh,
were working the orphanages. Now they
yes.
supposed to be virgins and not supposed, and they were even doing things to children.
Yep.
And then you had some of the pastors under the leadership of the nuns. They were raping the nuns back. It
Yep.
was just a mess. I
Yeah.
mean, so if you think that is something right about that, and it causes, and it puts you in a box, and it causes you to not satisfy the desires of if you having desires to be with someone, and it cause you to commit such kind of pedophilia and raping. There is not something wrong with that religion and that doctrine, that because I don't see nowhere where it says that a man um, should not marry. It actually says in the Bible, if I remember, that you know it's better to marry than to burn, and the burn means to burn with desires. So God know He created human beings to have desires, to want to be sexual. So that meant He was meant to be sexual with man with woman and woman with man. And I'm saying this from my perspective because I know it's other communities will beg to differ, but you know um so when you look at that whole situation that happens in the faith church, my ex grew up Catholic, and he never went back to that religion because he watched how they treated his mother. Now his father was the one that cheated on his mother through the whole marriage, damn near. But when the father divorced the mother to marry the younger girl in the church and
In the
start having,
church? Oh my.
yes, in the Catholic Church, and started having babies with her. Do you know
That's how some of those that's how
they
some of those
denounced
confessions happen there.
they denounced the woman. Nothing happened to the man. So explain to me the hypocrisy of that. Because she was a divorcee, husband cheated, left her for the younger woman, married her, started having kids with the younger woman, but the church denounced his mother
Oh man.
because she was a divorcee. So when you talk about things like that, it's hypocrisy in a lot of the faiths of in all of them. But I was just speaking predominantly now of the the Catholics per se, because that's where he grew up. He grew up
There's some
Catholic.
severe child molestation and pedophile over there.
See, that's the thing, y'all. No matter what religion you go to, no matter what religion you subscribe to, check it out. Check it out. You know what I mean? Just make sure that it's good for you. And then also, if the religion makes sense to you, then you got to check out the people that's actually trying to teach it to you, right? Got to make sure those people are uh, up on the up and up, or their intention is right. there's people make mistakes. I don't care how good of a person they are. They're going to mess up sometimes. But what I'm saying is you don't want them to be intentionally messing up. You know what I mean? Intentionally giving out bad information just so that they can control and manipulate you as a believer in the doctrine, whatever doctrine you're believing in. So that's why you got to keep your eyes open. Got to keep your eyes open. All right, y'all, let's finish
Brother
this.
Clarence, wait,
Yes.
before this, I heard this pastor online preaching about how, the pastors and stuff are getting these bad raps, because they make mistakes and do things and they human and this and that. And that's true, right? So let's look at, he say, well, y'all sinning and y'all study coming to us, and pastor, pray for us, pastor, pray for me, lay hands on me, this, that, and the other. He said, but when we commit a sin or make a mistake, y'all are ready to throw us away. I say, but look at the sins and crimes and things that you all are doing.
And when you just
Hello, it's a big, come on. If you a pedo, if you sex trafficking, if you are embezzling and stealing money consistently from the church and robbing old folk, come on.
but
But
Patricia,
that's
I
that's
believe in
that's
karma.
but they held to a higher standard. It's like a cop. A cop.
exactly.
If
I
you get a
thought it was
cop,
a cop out.
yeah. Well, if a cop gets, if they find out that there was a cop in New York. There was this well, there's many cops that did all kind of different stuff in New York, but there was this one cop in New York that was he was working with these bank robbers, and so what he would do was he would re- redirect not only bank robbers, but they were just robbing places, jewelry stores and stuff. And so what he would do is make sure that he kept traffic away from where they was doing the robberies at. In other words, something if something came over the radio that was close to the robbery, he'd be the first one. I'll take that call or whatever, right? He would just and if it was had something to do with the robbery, I'll take it, right? And so he was pretty much the lookout for the bank robbers that was out there, right? He got the most time out of all everybody that was robbing the banks or doing the crimes. He got the most time. Why? Because they held him to a higher standard because he was a cop. They said we got to hold you to a higher standard.
Absolutely, they're
Started
supposed to get
today.
held to a higher standard.
So just like that,
Anyone that's in any type of position of authority, when it comes to police officers, when it comes to firefighters, when it comes to people that are your pastors, people that are supposed to lead people,
exactly.
have some form of absolutely, they're supposed to be held to a higher standard, and they are the ones, if they believe in what they Bible say, they are the ones that's going to be judged first by God.
They should know that, right? They should know that, right? And so there was another dude out here in California. There was a guy out here, he was a fire captain, fire chief out here, right? And all of these fires was getting set all over the place. And every time they went to the fire, he would be the first one there. And it was like, oh man, and so nobody never questioned him about anything for about 2 or 3 years. Nobody questioned him until they got one little piece of evidence that had his fingerprints on it. And it was like
He was the one setting the fires.
he was the one running around setting the fires. They got this dude 100 years or something like that. I think it was really close to 100 years, maybe 80 years or something like that, when they gave him because he was running around setting the fires in the first place. But if you are in leadership over something like that, you're gonna get be held to a higher standard than the people because the people are just trying to learn. You're supposed to be leading the people. If you're in a leadership position, yeah, you're gonna get you know, they make mistakes, but you can't. The difference is
You get
you
more scrutinized for it.
well, if you make a mistake, Marcus, that you
Yeah.
intentionally, well, like the Quran say, for us, while you're doing this while now you got a problem. You see, you look if I lead you somewhere and I thought my intention was to lead you to a good place, but it wasn't a good place. I'll be judged still, but I'm not going to be judged as hard as if I knew I was leading you to a bad place. That's a whole nother issue. Like I know I'm leading you to this place where you're gonna constantly be giving me all your money, right? Or you constantly, I got some type of power over you where I'm gonna be extracting your resources from you for no other reason than to self-enrich myself, right? Now that's a whole nother issue, as opposed to I led you someplace and now you got to pay, and it was a bad situation for both of us. Yeah, I'm not off the hook because I still did it, but I'm not gonna be judged as bad as if I did it while I knew. That makes sense to everybody? All right. Let's finish this video. Let's finish it.
What about number 4? Religion diverts generous impulses and good intentions. Of all the points, this is the one that frustrated me the most, because for every money-grabbing televangelist out there, there are literally thousands of good religious leaders and communities working as hard as they possibly can to make the world a better place. Catholic Relief Services is among the world's best charities, always the first on the ground in any tragedy, because they're already there serving. And yet, I wonder how much of our budgets are devoted towards mission and how much are devoted towards maintaining institutions. Do we encourage people to go out, or do we build safe spaces for them to stay in? And maybe in doing so, we actually do number 5, which is that we teach helplessness and dependence. Now, I would argue that that's exactly what we should be doing. That in a world of hyper-individualism and self-determination, what the world needs most is to be reminded that we are kind of helpless and that we can't do anything without God. But rather than a sense of dependence on God that empowers us to be with God and to do God's will, how often have we encouraged people to be dependent on the church leaders? How often have
All right, y'all. Before I make any statements, I think Rico has to run. So let's let Rico make some last. That's some tuna. Let's let Rico make some last statements before we get off.
Oh, great topic, like always. You always like to bring me up here on church day to make me look stupid. Well, good conversation. I think we discussed it in a good way. And hopefully we put out some more knowledge and information out here for these folks. And these are working people's perspective on religion, and we just talked about it. I don't think we talked about it in a distasteful way, so the thumpers shouldn't get upset, but they probably will anyway, because that's the one thing too I'll point out is sometimes that's a little disheartening for me is some religious people think they own religion. Lord knows, don't let them know a little bit more than you. Now all of a sudden they're gonna try to beat you over the head and make it seem like you don't even know what you're like. Even if I don't, it's not going. I may not know the religion as well as you, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna get into heaven any more than me either, because that's not the way it even works. It works about I may just have a better heart than you, and I may be living a more religious way and just don't even know it, and you probably living in a far lesser way. So I just think, like I said, it was a good conversation. It's a conversation that we should have been able to talk about. If any thumpers get upset, it's like, well, why do y'all want us to? We shouldn't. Shouldn't be something that it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And I just think it was a good topic, a good reflection, a good discussion on it. And again, like I said, I know we didn't say anything offensive, but everybody's always butthurt today, so you don't know how anybody's going to take it. And the religion it's all of our religion. Islam is mine, Christianity's mine, Judaism's mine. They're all mine. They're all mine. You know what I'm saying? I'm not necessarily in one, but I have a choice to adopt and follow any of them. So I don't think anybody can nor should be trying to tell anybody what they should not be doing or what they should not be talking about. And if you want people to come over to it, they should. I have to talk about it if I'm going to think about doing it. So I certainly ain't going, but they kind of like you to come into it stupid. You're more controllable. You're more reluctant to buck the hierarchy and the authority. So that's just that. But I think we should talk about everything. But it was a great topic, great conversation. I need to go out here and get into a little bit of debauchery. I only got a few more days. I'm trying to make the best of them.
Enjoy the rest of your birthday vacation, brother.
I certainly will. And I will see my people Thursday.
Okay.
Right?
All right. Happy late birthday, Rico.
No,
Oh,
I'm
you
coming
just gonna
back
go to
Sunday,
it.
but I'll see
Okay.
you on the
All
show
right.
Thursday.
Yeah. Okay. Got you, brother. Okay.
Happy late birthday, Rico. Enjoy
All
your.
right, thank you, Marcus. All right, ciao.
All right, guys, I'm gonna run back. I'll be in the chat. I'm gonna run down. I'll be listening in. I gotta get back to work.
All right,
All right,
sis.
Cause the sister gotta work.
Yeah. Yeah. Get that money,
Oh,
girl.
by the way, I heard you're on TV, OG Patrice. People were watching you.
Oh, cool. That's what's up.
Hey, Marcus, I was on the show. I was watching this show, and this sister got up there and she said, working 9 to 5 and
Okay.
I remember that song.
Okay. Seriously, you're not gonna let me let that down, bro, Clarence? Like, it's
no.
Nope.
y'all gonna bother me all the time for that. Y'all gonna that song is my listen. I hear that song in my sleep. Okay.
Working
But
9 to 5.
I gotta give it to her. She did rep. She did rep. She represented. Yeah, man. She did represent.
I did all right.
I was like, I know her. I know her.
She did good. She
I
did good. All
appreciate
right,
it.
all
Thank
right,
y'all.
sis. Anything else, sis?
No, I'm gonna be listening in the chat. I'm good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
See you later, sis.
All right.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
That's my sister right there, man. I gotta always mess with her, man. You know, actually. All right, Marcus. We're gonna start wrapping it up ourselves, brother.
Okay.
Let's see. Because
It was my first time doing it, just me and you.
Yeah, man. No, we did this before. Remember, man?
A long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, you was telling me about moms and everything, man. You was telling me about about Pops, man. Pops came through. Pops was like, I don't care if I don't speak English, man. I gotta feed these babies.
Yep.
I gotta make it happen. I gotta make it pop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Shout out to moms and pops, man. How's moms doing, by the way?
She's doing better. She's doing good. Just taking her to the doctors and in and out of checkup and just hanging in there. Just keeping an eye on family, trying to stay close. That's it.
All right, man. All right, man. You can always come to moms with some good energy, man. So that
Hey, man, she's more of a Bible thumper than me, so she gets on my butt sometimes about it too. So I was like, I hear you.
Marcus.
Man, the Lord said this and the Lord said that. I was like, I believe you. I believe you.
Lord, the Lord said this,
Yep.
Marcus. All right, Marcus. We've been talking about Christianity. We've been talking about how it's got a stranglehold on a lot of the people in America, man. We've been talking about different other things, man. You want to give us some remarks on anything that we've been talking about, man? Anything you want to shut it down with, man?
I'm just gonna say it like this. Just I think OG said it too, but it's like don't have high expectation on men, right? It's on the people in church because someone was gonna disappoint you, and I guess we understand like men and women we're flawed. We're gonna make mistakes. Now, you can't just be walking around thinking you're perfect. Or I'm not saying in anybody we are. Nobody's saying here like, hey, everybody's perfect, but to act like it and just make it seem like, hey, we throw stones at you. It's to a certain extent, it's kind of wrong in my opinion because by definition, it's kind of like hypocrisy, heresy, all the 9 yards, right? Because we could be looking at ourselves in the mirror. We're doing that kind of stuff. We're telling, hey, you can't do this. You can't wear this. You can't, But then at one point, you were wearing it, or you got a tattoo, or you got a diamond piercing earring, something like that, right? So, but if you are going to join, just vet that ideology, vet that religion, vet that. Even if you're free to join a cult because the definition, religions are a type of cult in the definition. And just like Brother Clarence was saying, just take the time out to learn the pastor, the people there, the congregation. If it rocks with you, if it vibes with you, let it be. Whether it's Buddhism, Islam, or whatever it is, if that's when you feel belong, where it fits, the shoe fits there, just go with it. Just make sure it's not harming yourself. If it brings no harm to you or others, then go for it. And don't take shit from nobody because it also says too that it doesn't mean you got to be a doormat in a religion. You're not a doormat.
No.
So this whole ideology thinking, oh, you just got to take it, be the bigger person. No, by definition, no, because if that's the case, then it contradicts in Bibles and stuff like that.
No, and I'm gonna explain that in a minute. explain that in a minute.
I'm done though.
All right, this is Brother Marcus. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'm gonna pull you down, man. I'll get
Peace.
to you in the rundown, brother. Peace. All right, so that was Brother Marcus. And brother, well, shout out to Marcus. Excuse me, Malcolm Coley, by the way. Shout out to Malcolm Coley. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. And Jill, by the way, I forgot to tell people to go over to your page. If you haven't already gone over to Jill Chocolate Boutique, gone over to Jill Chocolate Boutique. Check her out. If you haven't already gone over to OG Patrice's page, man, you want to hear some classics get belted out, on over to OG Patrice's page, and you will see her singing some classics over there, man, knocking them out. She just can't do 9 to 5. She forgot the words on that one, but that's okay. That's okay. We gonna give her a pass, y'all. All the work she did for the kids, all the work she did in the community, all the work she did trying to get some of these brothers into a public office. We're gonna give her a pass. We're gonna give her a pass. Because I mean, everybody knows working 9 to 5. Who's saying that? Dolly Parton, right? So come on, Patrice. But that's okay. We're gonna give you a pass. We're gonna give you a pass. Shout out to OG Patrice. All right, y'all. We gotta shut it down. We gotta shut her down. We gotta shut her down. Shut her down. Let's get into can I give y'all some bonus? Can I give y'all a bonus round? Let me give y'all a bonus round. Okay. So is there anyone, Clarence, do you think Christianity is a bad religion? Well, come on, you can sing it. You can sing it, Patrice. We'll let you sing it. We gonna let you slide. Matter of fact, you don't even have to sing, because we gonna let you slide. All these kids you helping, and all these brothers you trying to get to run for public office and get them in the office and everything, and all the other stuff you're doing in the streets. We gonna let it slide this time. This time we're gonna let it slide. All right, y'all. So let me give y'all a bonus round real quick before I get to the rundown. Okay. So when I first came through the Nation of Islam, when I was a young Muslim, you know what I'm saying? I was there's a book by Elijah Muhammad called The Message to the Black Man in America. And in that book, he talks about how when you first get the knowledge of Islam, man, you trying to tell everybody you like a fish jumping out of the water. You trying to tell everybody you need to do this Islam. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to do. And you try to convert people, right? And then we used to clown the people in the church. We used to clown them, like literally clown them, right? And then as I got older, but in the book, Elijah Muhammad said, that's not why I gave you this information. And I didn't understand that at first. But later on, as I got older, I understood better that everybody ain't built for Islam. Everybody ain't built for Christianity. Everybody ain't built for Hinduism. Everybody ain't built for Buddhism. Everybody ain't built for Judaism. Everybody, something may hit you, and you may be, this religion may be good for you, but it not be good for me, right? And then those of a people in the same household might be of different religions, right? Might have different religions of the people in the same household, right? They used to call that unevenly yoked back in the days, right? But unevenly yoked is really in spirit. As long as you have respect, you can have people of different religions in the same house, as long as there's respect and understanding, right? But as I got older, as I go older Muslim, I realized that a lot of things that I was told when I first came into the nation, they were things that were told to us, and those things had to be progressed as time went on, as your thinking goes on. As you get older, things are going to progress, and you're going to see things a different way, or interpret what you've been told in a way that makes sense for the current time, right? So that's all I'm saying, y'all. We out here doing these religions or doing whatever you believe in. If you don't have no religion, even if you don't have no religion, you're still gonna have to adapt your lifestyle to the current times so that you can be successful and have peace. Peace is order. Order, things go in the way they're supposed to go, right? The universe is in peace, in a state of peace because everything moves the way it's supposed to move. None of these planets just jump the way they just move out of the way they're supposed to move. Everything moves the way it's supposed to move in the universe. That's why you have peace, order, and and just a side note, not to say this is the best religion, because I told y'all, the best religion is do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's the best religion. That's the best way to live, right? Just treat everybody like you want to be treated. And if we all did that, this world would be so much better, right? Nobody wants to get violated. Nobody wants to get robbed. Nobody wants to get, armed, or nobody wants to, none of those things to happen, right? Nobody wants to get violated. So let's all just live. Let's don't do those things to other people, so other people won't be, out there trying to do it to us, right? They call that karma, right? Call it karma. You do things, and the way you did it comes back to you. That's called karma, right? We don't want that karma, and it's real. That karma is real. You around enough people that have that kind of energy, eventually somebody's gonna bring that energy your way, right? That's why I keep my circle really small. You guys are the biggest part of my circle, man. Other than you guys, I keep my circle real on a physical level. I keep my circle really, really small, right? Because I know people don't think like this, right? Most people don't think like this. They think, you know, it's about overpowering somebody, and it really don't. You see me, I might be talking, I'll be on the panel. I don't try to overpower anybody and talk over somebody. Unless I got a point I really think I need to get across. But I don't try to overtalk nobody, overpower them. Let them talk. No, I'm going to talk again in another couple of days, so I can get it out then, right? Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all of you guys that's still in the chat. But I want to give you a bonus round to tell you about that there is no religion that's over any other religion, comparatively speaking. All the religions, especially the three main ones, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, they pretty much have the same uh, endpoint, whereas redemption is the endpoint. And you want to have a way that if you make a mistake, you can be redeemed in the eyes of God and still have a decent life, right? Pretty much, right? Because some of the mistakes some of us make, we don't know we making a mistake. The problem is you make a mistake, you don't know you making a mistake, and then you find out later you making a mistake, and then you got to pay for it for the rest of your life. That's only for extreme cases, right? There's some extreme cases where you must pay handsomely for what you've done, right? But that's typically for when you do stuff when you know you're doing the wrong thing. You intentionally are leading people astray or doing something in the wrong way. That's what that, you stole this. Yeah, you intended to steal, but I was hungry. Well, we don't care that you was hungry. Mop, put your hand, put the hand you stole it with up here. Mop, right? They don't care, you know. So I guess it's better to go hungry than steal, right? But my point is, there's some extreme cases. There's some extreme cases where certain times where you're gonna be held to accountable for what you've done because you knew you was doing wrong. We talking about our people are out here doing things wrong and they don't know they doing wrong. They don't understand that they wrong, right? They just fell in, right? When you're in the army, you're in the military, they tell you fall in. You fall in and you get in line, right? You fall in. And you don't even know where you're going, what you're doing. They just throw a gun in your hands and say, you going here, you going to Iraq, you going to China, you going here. You just fall in and go where they tell you to go, right? Well, in this situation, man, we just fell in. We already here in America. America has a culture that has been set up on the basis of race. So they just tell you fall in, right? Bible says you born in iniquity, born in sin, shaped after iniquity, right? You come out the womb into this, right? Brother Tupac said, I didn't make this world; it was given to me. You guys gave this world to me, and I'm just responding to what you gave me, trying to make the best way I can in this situation, right? But they call that a victim Olympics, right? They call that the victim Olympics, right? Man, oh my people, man, y'all, we got to really get, we want to do better. What is better? What is better? What is better? Clarence, don't you know I want this nice car? This car costs $90,000. You gonna spend $90,000 on a car? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? The only way I want to see you spending $90,000 on a car is if you got $100 million in the bank. If you got, well, let me say 10 million in the bank, at least 10 million in the bank. You got 10 million cash money in the bank. Okay, you don't spend 90 grand on a car? Cool. But you ain't got that kind of money? Why are you spending $90,000 in a car when you could spend 20, get you a nice car, save the other 80, invested in a business, invested in some stocks to get you to get to 10 million. Come on, man, we gotta think. We gotta think, y'all. What's better? What's better? You having a car payment of, I don't know, $1,500 a month, $1,600 a month for a $90,000 car? That ain't even the insurance. Insurance probably another $1,000 just so you could drive around the neighborhood and everybody could say, "Ooh, they got money because they got that car." They don't even know you eating sandwiches in that car. You eating sandwiches so you can drive that car around. Come on, y'all. We got to get our heads together, man. We got to get our heads together. We got to really start doing better, man, and thinking about what we doing out here, right? What is better? Because everybody say, "I want to do better. I want to do better. I want a better life. I want a better." Right? Let's talk the better black life. We talking about how to have a better black life, right? But not only black people, anybody, white people, anybody that wants to live a better life. We talking about black people because they're doing the worst. Don't worry, white people. We gonna get to you, right, Don? We gonna get to y'all. We gonna get to our Latin brothers, right, Marcus? We gonna get to everybody. But we gonna deal with the people in the worst condition first, right? That's us. If you do the numbers, that's us. We got to get this thing together, man. Right. Once we get our situation together, then we can start branching out, helping everybody else get their situation together. Because then they're gonna say, then we have social proof, right? We have what they call social proof. We have proof that what we're talking about works, right? Anyway, we talked about religion today. We talked about religion and why Christianity is so firmly rooted in America, right? What do you think? You think America? Do you think Christianity is rooted in America, and why? I showed you how it got here, how Christianity actually came. The modern Christianity came out of the Catholic Church. Showed you that video, right? What are we gonna do? Did you guys see the video I made about being in the hospital? Let me tell you something, man. You guys really need to be thankful, especially you guys that never seen a hospital bed. I never saw a hospital bed up until I got to a certain point where I got really sick. Medicine, I never took no medicine. I never had no kind of condition that lasted over a day. Never, never. I was fit as a fiddle, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, this can happen to anybody. Anybody could get caught up on a chronic condition, man. You can get caught up. I'm here today because so many people prayed, including my wife, including my family. I mean, so many people. My granddaughter was instrumental in that because she was my inspiration. She was my muse for I gotta see her get to if I could just see her get to her third birthday. If I could just see her get to her fourth birthday. I've been blessed to get to both of those places. If I could just get to her 10th birthday, right? I've been blessed to see her get to her fourth birthday. Her next birthday is her fifth. But I remember when I was living out of a hospital bed. I was in and out of the hospital all the time. I didn't know if I was even going to see her get to her third birthday or her second birthday. I didn't know. I didn't know. See, I talk about being thankful because I've been that person. I've been that person that was just out. I mean, I was strong. I was strong before I got sick. I was very strong. I was very strong. Even into my 40s, man, I was fast. I was strong. I hit hard. Pow! You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, I'm talking about I was a martial artist going like 4 days a week. Sometimes other days just on my own, right? But definitely for all the classes, I dropped about 50 pounds. I don't look nothing like I'm all skinny now. You, nothing like I was before, man. Before I could take a punch from a, you know, said I could take a punch from a dump truck back then, right? I ain't no pushover now, but I mean, at least up then I was like, whew, you was gonna be in some real serious trouble. You could see it up front. But I'm telling y'all all this, man, because I want y'all to be thankful, man. I don't want y'all to be. I want y'all to think about what God have done for you, whatever you call God or whatever you say, the higher being, the higher power over you, whatever you feel that is. You need to thank you, sister. I appreciate you, Patrice, so much, man, so much. Um, yeah, man, whatever that higher power is, you be thankful. You be thankful because I'm thankful that I could just look out and see that sunlight out there because man, let me tell you something. I've been in a bed where you know sunlight was the last thing on my mind. Am I gonna make it to tonight? Am I gonna make it to the morning? And you don't know nothing about that. You don't want to know nothing about that. Shout out to y'all that ain't never had to be lying in them hospital beds. Shout out to you. But it may come one day, right? It may come one day. And if you're not thankful, if you're not mindful, might you know what I'm saying? I don't want it to. I don't. I want it to be a bump in the road for you, just like it is for me. A bump in the road to me getting back up and getting myself together. Right. Well, I want you to do the same thing. The doctors was telling me, "Oh, you know what? You ain't. Why you worrying about getting better? You're not gonna get no better." They was telling me that. They were. I was in a. I was on a. I was on a hospital bed one day. These doctors in training came like a little class. You know how they had a little class with the teacher and then like the little doctors wannabes walking with them, and they were showing them. See, this is the thing when with this condition, this is what happens. You know, and they showing them all these bruises on my legs and these bruises, you know, on my behind. I'm like, what? They basically like this. Is what happens when you get to the when you on your last leg, right? Basically, that's what they're saying, right? And I was like, damn, man. I mean, they could at least wait till I was asleep, right? They just came in like I'm awake, and I'm, you know, like, damn, man. But that's how they think of you in these HMOs, these health care facilities. That's how they think you just a number. And I got good health coverage. But you a number. You a number. Right? Right? And sometimes I'm gonna tell y'all this. Sometimes I had to take what my doctors told me to do. I had to take that into consideration. They told me, hey, you can drink all the pop you want. And one day I was looking at myself, I was like, man, how come I'm looking all funny? I'm looking funny style, but I'm drinking the pop. And I realized it's the pop. So I went to them, I said, hey, I'm having problems drinking this pop. I don't think I should drink that. Oh no, you can drink that. Oh no, you can go ahead and drink that. It's not no problem. It's only the colored pop that's gonna give you a problem. No. I said, but I ain't drinking nothing but Sprite. They said, "Oh no, it's not no problem." Nah. I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Okay, thank you." Stop drinking the soda pop. The brother gave me the supplements, man. I just started changing my diet just a little bit. Got the ice water with the lime in it, with the lime and the apple chunks in it that I cut up myself, right? Ain't nobody can't go no place and say, "Hey, yeah, let me get a ice water with lime and apple chunks." They're not gonna throw that in there. You gotta take care of yourself. If I listen to these people, man, I'd be dead right now. I'd be dead. I'd be in a cemetery right now. But it's not that I look at them and I say to myself, "Oh, well, I know more than them." No, I just know more about me than them. I know more about myself than they know. So they may tell me something, instead of just taking it at face value, I will measure what they're telling me. I measure what they're telling me. I say, okay, let me measure that against this other information here. And whatever makes more sense to me, let me try that. Because I'm not a doctor. I don't need to be a doctor where I'm actually cutting somebody open and working on. I don't need to do that. I can read. What's the difference between me and a doctor that's not operating on me? They just are reading. They just have information. You just got to go get more information about yourself, right? Let me tell y'all something, man. God is real, and He has blessed me to the utmost level. I never thought I was going to be out here. I never thought I'd be talking to y'all. I never thought that was going to happen, man. That was God. When I first started doing this, I would be out of breath in about an hour. I hid it from y'all. Y'all didn't never see that. But I got stronger. As I got stronger, as I start feeling better, as I start doing better, right? And I'm still growing. I'm still growing. I'm still doing better. I'm still getting better. I'm growing. What's your problem? What's your problem? What do you need to fix? Your diet? Do you smoke? Do you drink? What is something that you need to work on? We all got something we need to work on, right? So I don't never go to nobody and say, "Hey, you need to stop smoking. You need to stop." I got a good friend here that smokes. I don't go to him, "Hey, man, you got why? Why am I gonna do that?" He know what he need to do. He knows what he need to do. I'm not I'm not on nobody. I'm saying we all got stuff we need to work on. So what if I got something I need to work on, what I look like going to somebody else saying, "Hey, brother, I'm sitting here watching you, what you doing, and you need to work on this." When I got my own stuff I need to work on. No, let's not judge each other. Let's embrace each other. And if that person asks you for help, "Hey, man, I'm in serious pain. I need help. Can you help me?" I do what I can. You try to help the brother or the sister. You know what I mean? Problem is, a lot of times we try to take advantage of our people, right? They in such a way, and we see how bad they in a situation, just like these drug companies. A lot of times, we see a person in such a bad way. They invent a drug that's not going to cure you, but it's just going to have you be able to go back and buy another batch of the drug. They get you on the re-up, right? Oh man, we got to look out for each other, man. We got to look out for a very special sister that I know, man. She got some good karma. She came into some good karma, and I'm happy for the sister. Not for me, not for nothing else except for her. She, I want her to get what she gets. See, that's how we need to be feeling for each other, man. Right? Or sister just told me, "Hey, glad to hear you doing well, bro." See, that ain't what's she gonna get out of doing that? She's just telling me she's happy that I'm doing, and she's just happy for me. Got nothing to do with her, or I get something out of him. It's not like that. But that's how we gotta. And hopefully, man, we start showing y'all, man, that it can work this way. Everybody ain't gonna do it, right? We got 6 people in here. You got other shows, man. They got 100 people and all they doing is fussing at each other. They got 100 people in the chat, 100 people on there, and they just fussing at each other. They want that drama. The people want that, right? So we gonna be doing something different, man. We doing something different. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all. Let me do the rundown, man, because y'all know Brother Clarence can get on so many different tangents, man. I just want to leave y'all with something every day. Every time we come on, man, I want to leave y'all with something to think about so y'all could think about it and just say, okay, maybe that works. Brother Clarence wasn't trying to get me to come to Islam. He wasn't trying to piss on Christianity. What he was doing was trying to get us to think independently, whether you Christian or Muslim or Judaism or whatever you are, whatever religion you believe in. You should check your leaders. You should check the religion, make sure it's good for you, and then you should check your leaders. You got to, man. And recheck them, and recheck them, and recheck them. Just like just like you check your wife. See, these people out here, they think when you get married, that's it. This part, we married. Shout out to Quantum. I ain't seen you in a while, Quantum, but shout out to you. Strong performance for you, Quantum. Good to have you back in the fold. Yeah, man. People think when you get married, that's it. There's no more vetting after you marry that person. After they sign a dollar, oh no. The vetting is always continuous. It's continuous. If you marry somebody, you're constantly vetting them. Why? Because people change. Their mentality change every 5 years or so. Their mentality is going to change, right? When I first married my wife, she was nice, little, okay. I don't see when she came up in the church, right? She came up in those. I mean, dresses were down to your ankles, past your ankles, dresses. And man, my wife married me, man. And slowly she started opening up. She started, wait a minute, Clarence. Wait a minute, brother. I don't think we ought to do it that way. I was like, huh? I thought I was the man, and I just say it. That's what. Nah, that don't make no sense here. And she be right. She'd be right. Thank you, Quantum. I need you to check on me. Check on your brother. Make sure he's okay. I need all of y'all to check on me, the brothers and the sisters, man. Make sure I'm not out here talking crazy. I'll make sure I stay on the same program, man. And if y'all hear me start talking crazy, yeah, y'all, I give advice on the Patreon. You got to pay me per hour to give you advice on stuff you already know, you should know, but you got to pay me per hour to give you this advice. You see me do something like that, y'all got to come and say, hey, wait a minute, bro. What happened? What happened, Brother Clarence? What happened? What you doing? What you doing? Not that, hey, look, I got a class up to you. That's different. I'm talking about like, I said, yeah, y'all could call me, but I'm going to charge you $50 an hour or $50 a minute or whatever, right? Y'all see me do something crazy like that, you'll be like, wait a minute, what? Come and check me on that. But shout out to you, Quantum. Good to have you in the building, sis. All right, yeah, man. So I want y'all to always walk away with something, man. If it's not me, if it's not Rico, it's not Patrice, one of us are giving y'all something to think about, or any other of the panelists. Marcus was up here, Intellectual Soapbox was up here. Any of the panelists can give y'all something to think about so that y'all can take to y'all lives, right? Because these other podcasts or these other shows, they just arguing with each other, and they are they really giving you something? Are they really giving you something to help your life? Well, I'm not telling you what religion to follow. You follow the religion that makes sense for you. You follow that religion. I'm not telling you to be a Muslim. I'm not telling you to be a Christian. I'm not telling you to be a Judaism, a Jewish person. You do what you feel is the best thing for you. But I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what race you are. If you coming in the right spirit, you always going to be welcome over here. Always going to be welcome over here in the right spirit. We may talk about things that may put you on the hot seat, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. We put black people on the hot seat here. You know what I'm saying? We put the Muslims on the hot seat. We put the Christians on the hot seat. We put everybody on the hot seat here, man. But we try to, at the end, encourage everybody to do better, right? All right, y'all. I think I made my point on that one. All right, so let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown. Let me find the rundown, y'all, because we got to get out of here. All right, let's do the rundown, y'all. Okay, first of all, like always, let's do the MVPs, which is the most valuable people, and that is the chat. The chat is always where it's at, right? Thanks to you guys. We are in the building. We are in the building, and y'all do what y'all do, man. Y'all make it so it's so easy and seamless for us up here on the panels to do what we do, man. Y'all make it so y'all think it's easy for us up here. It's not until y'all take care of everything on the chat side. Y'all take everything on the chat side. We don't have to run around. We don't have no what do you call it, riffraff out there in the chat. You know what I mean? Because they know coming over here is a useless effort. They're not gonna be able to get nothing off. Y'all gonna catch them in the chat. If y'all don't beat them down in the chat, if they make their way up to the panel, either me, Rico, or Patrice will really get them, right? We really gonna get them if they make their way up here in the panel. So they just don't come up here no more. And I respect the fact. I shout out to all of them cats because I respect the fact that they respect us enough to say, you know what, that ain't the place we need to go to play these games, right? Every now and then one they might get through, but most of the time they understand, hey man, that ain't the place to go play these games. They trying to actually do something, right? So shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Most valuable people, the MVPs, the chat. And it was, like you said, Quantum, a strong performance by everyone. Strong performance. Definitely strong performance. Very, very solid. Very, very solid out of the chat as always. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's go down the list of who was on the panel. Okay, first of all, we had Rico. What do you think about Rico? Rico came on the panel. Rico's in the DR. But Rico didn't cam up. Why do you think Rico didn't cam up? Rico was toe up, and he still made time for us. So shout out to Brother Rico, right? Shout out to Brother Rico, man. But definitely is always on point. Always, I like talking to Rico because if I'm wrong, he'll correct me, and if I'm wrong, if he's wrong, he'll at least listen. He may not admit it, but he'll at least listen. But shout out to Rico, man. He's having his birthday. All y'all wish him well, man. He had his birthday. He'll be back on Thursday, and he will be back home. I think he's coming back home on Sunday night. So shout out to Brother Rico, man. Glad to have him out there, man. Be able to enjoy himself out there in the DR on the beach, at his house. He said he's going, man. 24 months is all we got left with Rico being in the States. And then we're going to be talking to him from the DR, right? Shout out to him. I say very strong performance from Rico. As always, brings the heat, as always, man. Well, I don't know who, I think it was Brother Anderson. Anderson's called us Fire and Ice, right? He's the fire, I'm the ice. Just shout out to Brother Rico. Shout out to Brother Anderson. Shout out to Brother Rico. All right, so Rico had a strong performance as always. What about Intellectual Soapbox? Came in for just a minute, man. Dropped the jewel. You know what I'm saying? Dropped the jewel. You know what I mean? And then but he couldn't stay. He got things to do. He's a businessman, so he got to go do his thing. But shout out to him. You know what I mean? He basically came and said, hey man, we welcome back over Knowledge and Relationships. So that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing, because for a minute there was a little we was in limbo for a minute, man. We was on standby for a minute, right? And then Brother 84 came and said, no. Let's get this thing back right. Y'all welcome to come over here anytime. And so shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. All right, and I wanted him to shout out the next thing they had going on today, but we'll see. Hopefully, I don't know, is Easily Rigged coming on tonight? Y'all check out. Let's check out Easily Rigged, man. Let's check and see if Easily Rigged is coming on. That's a good show. That's a great show. Two young guys, and they really, man, two black dudes getting together talking about real serious issues, but in a way where it's not hardcore. It's just easy money, man. That's a good show. Check out Easily Rigged. Going over the knowledge. If you haven't already gone over the knowledge and relationships, going over the knowledge and relationships, check out Easily Rigged. That's a good show. Young brothers doing a lot of good. But shout out to Intellectual Soapbox, very strong performance. Dropped a couple jewels, and then had to cut out, man, because he had some business to take care of. But shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox, brother 84. Strong performance, very, very solid. Very solid. What about Marcus? What about brother Marcus? Brother Marcus came through. You know what, Marcus, man, I could tell that he used to be in the service, man, because he's very disciplined, man. He could sit there and listen to a lot of different uh, viewpoints, and then come in when he's called up, he's ready to go. You know what I mean? So shout out to brother Marcus. What y'all think about his performance? Dropped a couple jewels, right? You know what I mean? We was we was kind of hitting below the belt with Catholicism, right? but but Marcus came. Marcus stood tall on his on his Catholicism. Shout out to brother Marcus. You know what I'm saying? So but he stood tall on that, man. He still came in with some great takes, as always. I mean, he always does a great job. But shout out to him. Very solid performance. Very, very solid. Very strong. Very strong performance by brother Marcus. What about, did somebody else come in? Oh yeah, working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living, right? But my sister OG Patrice came through. Came through, man. What y'all think about her performance? Right? Right? We just said, hey, Patrice, can you sing 9 to 5? Oh, but hey man, but don't get it twisted by Patrice. Patrice is smart. I mean, very smart, as y'all will find out, I'm sure, at some point. That sister is very smart. but but anyway, man, but she could be silly too. Well, we all can, right? We all can. But what y'all think about OG Patrice? She came up on the panel today. You know what I mean? She always shares her story about her walk with Christianity, man, and what happened for her. And we all have different, things that happen to us, whether we were Christian or not or whatever. But everybody has a different walk. But shout out to OG Patrice. She came up. She dropped the jewel or two, as always. As always, a very solid performance, man. As always, very strong, very, very, very strong performance, as always. And like I said, man, you see Sister Patrice out there, man. Just give her the nod, man. She out there doing big things, man. Y'all gonna see in a minute, man. This is out there doing big things, man. But that don't mean she above getting clowned for singing that 9 to 5, right? But shout out to the sister. That's my sister. But very strong performance as always. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. She's the kind of person, man, when you bring her on your panel, man, kind of give validity. Like Vaughn Bryant, kind of gives you validity on your panel, man. Your panel is like, you get a check mark, like, okay, you for real, because you got Patrice on your panel or you got Vaughn on your panel. Rico, but but you get a check mark, a green check mark, when you got OG Patrice or Vaughn or cat like that, people like that on your panel. So shout out to Patrice, very solid performance. I think that was everybody because we had a small panel today. I'm trying to shorten up the live. I'm trying to shorten up these lives because I want you guys to not have to hang around for 6 or 7 hours. Maybe 4 hours at the most, or something you can listen to while you're washing the dishes or something like that, right? Shout out. Sometimes I listen to our lives, while I'm cooking or while I'm doing different things around the house. I have my headphones on. My wife go, "Hey, what you listen to?" I'm like, "Me." And shout out to y'all. Okay, man. I think that's everybody. All right, y'all. So we coming back Thursday. I think we're coming back Thursday. I'm pretty sure. My son wanted me to take him to a job fair up in Palmdale. I don't know if that's still going on, so I got to check and see. But if we don't go, we'll be here. Palmdale is about an hour and so away from LA. That's a long drive. So my son, I'm not. I know I look crazy, but I ain't crazy enough to let my son drive my car all the way up to Palmdale. I'm not gonna do that. None of my cars is he taking up to Palmdale, man. Maybe maybe around to the store or something, but Palmdale. Uh, so he might need a ride up there. County of LA is having. If any of you guys live in Los Angeles, the County of LA is having a allegedly having a job fair up there in Palmdale. I got to find out where it is, but just look at it, Google it if you can, and see what kind of jobs they're offering or whatever, whatever, whatever. All right, so I think that's it. Anybody else got anything else? Hit us up on the email if you got a question about something and you want us to do a show on something. The brother 84 called me last night and said, "Hey, brother, can you do a show on this?" I said, "Yeah, okay." I thought he was going to actually be able to be here earlier, but obviously he has some other business to attend to. No big deal, ain't no problem. You know what I mean? But if not, we'll be back here on Thursday. Man, everybody, be thankful, man. I want y'all to remember that. Be thankful. Be thankful for everything. Every little thing you can do. I remember when I couldn't even go to the bathroom on my own, man. My wife had to walk, and I couldn't even lock the door because something might happen. I might need to call the ambulance and I couldn't lock the doors because they wouldn't be able to get in the bathroom to get me, right? I mean, I had those experiences. So be thankful, man. Be thankful. God is good. No matter what you want to call him, God is good to all of us, man. We just got to be good to ourselves. All right? All right, y'all. Hold on, wait a minute. Patrice said something here. Let's talk about yes, my girlfriend told me that the state and federal government is hiring like crazy in Cali. Yeah, definitely the county too. The county too. So everybody's hiring, and even yeah, you're right, Patrice. Because my son, I think 2 weeks ago, he went to the post office, a job fair that the post office had, right? And then we got there early, man. It was probably already like 150 people out there in line already, and we got there early before 8 o'clock before they even started. So for those of y'all that want a job and y'all ain't trying to wait for us to tell you about a job on Sunday, man, all of these places are hiring. And if you really want to know how to get a job in the with the state and the feds, I got video in my catalog. I got videos in my catalog of how to get jobs with the city of LA, with the county of Los Angeles, with the state of California, with the feds. I got those videos. You got to go back. Those were my earliest videos where you could find out how to log on and create password and all that and log on and start using the filters to find jobs in your area, especially with the feds and the state. You can find jobs in your area. Patrice said, "My girlfriend got hired for a government job. They relocated her out to Cali." Yeah, yeah. It's jobs out here, y'all. See, I want you to get rich. If that's what you want, I want it for you too. But you got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. You know what I mean? You got to start somewhere. And if you're gonna get a job, why not get a job where you're gonna have some coverage, some health coverage, and you're gonna have some benefits that you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? That you're gonna have some benefits that you'll be able to take care of your people. Something happened to you. Just a thought. Just a thought. All right, y'all. I got to get out of here. Shout out to y'all. I will see y'all on Thursday. Let's cross our fingers. If my son decide to not go to this particular job fair and then go to another one, then I'll probably be here. So we'll see. All right, y'all. Peace. Thank y'all, everybody. Great job, everybody. Let's meet back here. Oh, one last thing. One last thing. One last thing. I know how much the backpacks are going to cost. I know how much that's going to cost. Now I gotta find out how much it's going to cost to ship them and store them, and then have somebody give them out. So because I want to be probably having to film the whole situation, but have somebody actually, like I said, I worked with the lady. I talked to the lady earlier, and she said she's with the whole program. So anyway, I got to find out how much it's going to cost to have the kids come here, have them, have them set them up to get the backpacks and everything like that, and hand them out and everything. We gotta, okay, those costs, those little costs, administrative costs, we gotta find out what that's gonna cost. But anyway, I will give y'all, and then what I'm gonna do is, for those of y'all that want to come, we probably do this. We probably have a StreamYard like this, but it'll just be for people. The people that could tap in is just people that want to, that's about to, that just want to come in about the backpacks. People that want to really want to get involved with that. I'm gonna give you an itemized list of how much everything costs, and then you know what I'm saying, we'll break it down that how much each person could do, or you just do what you can. You know what I'm saying? If you can give $1, you can put $1 on it, put $1 on it, whatever we want to do, okay? So everybody hold their cash apps, hold everything. We just gonna find out what to be. I know you will, Anderson. I know almost all of y'all will be. And even the ones that want to do it, but just can't do it, I know you'd do it if you could, right? So everybody's all good, but I'm gonna give you some information. Hopefully I can have it by Thursday. If not, I might do a special session on Saturday where I actually go into it. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later. Peace.